Recording in progress.
I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I will always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken. So it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is July 15th. There we go. Let me try to get it together. July 15th. We have a great show planned. We are continuing our series, Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People. We're actually on episode 36. Wow, I didn't expect for us to be on this long, but I think we're getting a lot of valuable information out of this series. So if this is your first time joining us for this series, I highly recommend you go to the first episode. We started out this series talking about a study conducted by the Alphabet Boys on consciousness called the Gateway Process. And in that particular study, they go over the results of the participants in the study on different scenarios that they tested out with consciousness. Very, very powerful stuff they talked about and they admitted. in that study, they admitted that they can literally track the process of manifestation, creating something from your thoughts. They also admitted that there are multiple dimensions that you are able to travel to with your consciousness. They also admitted that time is not linear, which that one just, that one really blew me away. They also admitted that the power of your consciousness, you're able to heal yourself. The power of your consciousness, you're able to do remote viewing. They admitted that there is an astral plane. So I highly recommend you go back to the first episode, because it just blew me away that not so much that they studied consciousness, because I know they do that all the time, but the fact that it was published and the amount of information that they admitted in there was what we've been saying for years. And of course, I'm not the first one to be saying those things, what the esoteric community has been saying for years. So we were about ready to end there. And then Brother Sean ran across a book. You can get this on PDF for free. The author wants you to get it for free, or you can buy it on Amazon. It's called Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice by Emily Windsor Craig. And so I'll put it up here so you can see it. In this book, she did an excellent job. She took various ancient texts and she talked about the true ancient history of planet Earth. And some of the sources she used, I have to tell, well, Christopher, Christopher, he'll see this. The Quran was one of her sources. That makes sense. But she used multiple ancient text sources to create this book. And one of the first things that stood out in this book, she talked about the Anunnaki coming to our dimension 450,000 years ago. And when they came here, there were already people on North America. Okay. And then she went into quite detail of how the Anunnaki, I'm going to say, terraformed the planet as a result of a galactic war. She also talked about how the Anunnaki and other beings brought their particular systems with them, and systems that we still see today. So as far as the political system, as far as the whole governance, administration process, the concepts of religion, etc. So she did an excellent job with this. So I highly recommend you can go pull this via PDF off of Google. And then shout out to Sis Tessie. She gave us a copy of the Terra Papers, which is another ancient text that goes over the ancient history of the planet. Okay, and we are going to finish that up. We don't have too much more to go in that text. But that text talks about the galactic wars in the different dimensions. And it also talks about the quote, because you hear some of the, and I don't even know if I want to call them esoteric community, the folks that talk about aliens and all of that jazz, that talk about the Galactic Federation. Well, in the Terra Papers, they go through the structure of the Galactic Federation, how these alliances came together, how they were warring with each other, and who sided with whom, etc., etc. The interesting thing about it, especially people that put the Anunnaki on a pedestal and set them up as their sky daddies, and that's their thing. Go for it, do you. That's probably are your relatives. But interestingly enough, Terra Papers, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to go through Terra Papers. And again, thank you so much, Sis Tressie, because it tells you who really had the power. So folks were thinking, oh, well, Inky had the power. Well, no, Inky had a father. Anu, people thinking Anu had the power. No, boo, Anu reported to someone else. A lot of great information in there. It goes into detail of not only the galactic wars, how they made it this way to our particular dimension, and how they started terraforming on our planet Earth. It also goes through the multiple creations. So the multiple creations of different species as well. Right. And it also talked about some of the same systems, just like the author did in Path to Orion. She talked about how these different systems came to the planet. Terra Papers also went through that as well. And Terra Paper got specific. I can't remember if it was Terra Papers or our other lady, Emily Windsor Cragg. But they got specific on what particular group brought the whole idea of the Christianity or the Jesus concept of as well. I think it was the Lyras, if I'm not mistaken, who were wiped out, by the way. Okay, so we're going to finish up the Terra Papers, but in between that, we took a little quick diversion because we ran across some information about U.S. patents that were put out. One on time travel, which we're on now, and another one was on the ability to walk through walls. So we're finishing up the time travel one, and it's all there, family. It is specifically all there on what plan they're laying out to get people to go to another dimension. And it's all going to be done through consciousness via nanobots. So we're going to dig a little deeper into that tonight. We'll probably finish that up tonight. So with that said, let me send shout out to the YouTube family in the chat. Welcome back, son Scotty. Good to see you. See Nisi Poo there. Peace and love, sis Tanya. Shout out to Buy American Indian Star. Peace and love, sis Thelma. Peace and love, JBP. Peace and love, the rant. Oh, glad that you're here. Yeah, we're gonna get it cracking. It's I'm enjoying this series, but we're getting a lot of important information out as well. Shout out to Bradford Blair. And shout out to Sean, the creator. And of course, shout out to everybody else in YouTube land that's watching us as well. Hey, Sis Sandra. I see Sis Sandra just came in. Okay, so with that said, we're going to get started. Let me bring on Sis. All right, y'all. Here we go. All right, Sis, let me bring you on. Okay, she's joining. All right, she should be joining pretty short in a couple seconds here. Peace and love, sis. Uh-oh. Okay, let me try it again. All right, there you go. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you too, sis. Can you hear me?
Yeah, all right. I can hear you. Turn down whatever you have in the background. I hear myself twice.
Let me try to get back to the page.
Yeah, I can hear you. Mute YouTube.
Have in the background. I hear myself twice. I can't yet. So hold on. I'm gonna try to do that.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, did you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool. All right.
Difficulties already.
Child, you know how that go.
I mean, I couldn't get on. I launched, and finally got me in there, and then I couldn't get back to the page to turn myself off.
Yeah, you know how that goes. How are you this evening?
I'm good, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Let me bring in Nisi Pooh.
Wow, that was crazy.
Okay, let me see. You there? Peace and love, niece. Uh-oh, you're unmuted, so whenever you're ready to come in. Okay, so let's start out with go ahead on with the fuckery. So, Sis Sandra, you'll start first.
Oh my gosh, let me see.
You like, let me see. You know, Callie been off the chain. I had to drop a podcast on Callie earlier this week. Honey, it's always some drama.
That dude unleashed the poop in the ocean.
Who?
They said that poop was unleashed in the beaches, ocean.
So now y'all can't even. Where did the poop come from?
From the clearing, the reprocessing center where they cleaned it up and stuff. So I guess they had a technical difficulty, and it went in the ocean instead of being, recycled. So now,
so y'all can't go to the beaches for a period of time until that gets.
yeah, he don't want to be nuisance. Doesn't want to be recalled, and so they burning the place up. They drowning us out, and they done lunch poop in the ocean.
Yeah, I literally dropped something earlier this week, a podcast talking about Callie and how I feel that it's an agenda. Now, this is just my personal opinion. I'll put my, conspiracy tinfoil hat on. They're trying to get folks off that land.
Yeah.
A lot of people off that land.
Yeah, they trying to get this land back. We just came out of a 7-year drought.
Right.
And all of a sudden, we got the worst drought of the century now. And I'm like, when did that happen?
Dang, I was about to say, have the fires spread in Cali, or is it just the Nevada border?
No, it's all over. It's even in Oregon, I think. They having fire tornadoes and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Those are those weapons they use.
Exactly. We know about them fire tornadoes, although now, as we're learning what we're learning, it appears they've been using that for quite some time via reset.
Remember that lady I told you about 2 or 3 years ago that the trees wouldn't burn, but her house did?
Yeah, in the YouTube communities, defense, shout out to them. And a lot of people got their channels shut down for covering that stuff. But baby, they were showing it.
Yeah, they showed all the videos about it.
So I don't know how you skip over that. I mean, okay, I'm going to burn the house down to ashes all the way down. Now, it's brick.
I know it was.
Bear with me now. It's brick.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to burn this shit down. You ain't going to see studs, brick, none of that. It's going to be ashes. But the bushes next to it, they're standing. The trees in front, they're standing. The trees behind, they're standing. It's crazy.
I think they think we're stupid. I think they don't care what we think.
No, they don't. At this point, they don't.
They don't care. They have an agenda. And
absolutely.
They're fighting to do a global reset on the Illuminati side of the program, and then the Patriots are getting their global reset in on the Patriot side. So it's like a fight to the finish. Who gets there first?
Yeah, well, the Patriots can talk all they want, but they're missing the mark anyway, so they can go have several seats. It's not going to happen because the grander scale is they are resetting the realm.
I know it.
That's what they're trying to do. They're resetting the realm.
So I think they're all on the same team, but just, opposing each other, who's going to run it. But that's the way I look at it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I was looking for I was just looking at somebody's comment about that condo thing. I saw a flash in the far right corner in the basement level of that
The
condo.
Florida thingamajig.
Yeah, I did see a flash. I said, wait a minute, they taking that down like 9/11 stuff. So now it's under suspect of an explosion. So I mean,
Allegedly, you have to
allegedly.
say that.
Allegedly. I
Yeah.
mean, it was on currently AT&T. I think I read it yesterday. So that was under suspect. But I mean, it's just a mess. But what I was looking at is that in Alabama,
Mhm.
they had uh, tornadoes, right?
Mhm.
And then so-called FEMA went in there and told the melanated folks, well, we can't help you because you can't show ownership that you own this land. I said, what?
They did
And
that same thing in New Orleans.
yeah, they do that, and they're not going to get any compensation for their loss. So if they don't have a house standing, then it's too bad. You're on your own. So is that a land grab?
Yeah, because in New Orleans, people were saying because the houses stay from generation to generation to generation to generation.
Right.
So either they didn't have, well, obviously they didn't have physical copy of the deed, and then where they went to pull the records, either it wasn't there or it got destroyed
Yeah.
during the flood or whatever. So yeah, they did the same exact thing in New Orleans.
Well, if you don't have a bank note loan,
Right.
there's no tracking, and they want you part of the central bank anyway.
Right,
And if
right. Well, the deed is supposed to be the paper trail, which you know is another reason why it is important while we're still in this Roman Babylonian system. People need to take care of their business. If you have family land, houses, or whatever that Big Mama and them and Papa and them done been paid off, somebody better make sure that you have your paperwork in order.
I was thinking they should have done that too.
And specifically, if you want to make sure that these youngins or some of the greedy elders don't sell the family land, somebody needs to put that in a trust and put the stipulations in there.
That's right. But so they not doing them, and of course the farmers, they're telling them that they're not gonna. They held up their loans for their farms. You know,
Child, but you know the scoop on that, right?
the white farmers got the banks to block it.
It's deeper than that.
You go for it.
What is happening is, and it was another financial channel. Dang, I can't remember who it is, so I apologize. Not that I'm trying to rip your stuff off and not give you credit. I just can't freaking remember. We all know that Gates bought up millions of dollars, or acres rather, worth of land, right?
Right.
Child.
And
Somebody finally broke it down. What's happening is Biden is putting in stipulations to pay farmers not to grow on land.
yeah, they do that.
So I'm going to say that again. Biden is paying farmers not to grow on land. So this particular person, and I'm sorry I can't remember who said it, that's one of the reasons why Gates bought up all this land. Of course, he didn't say it was to control the food source. I'm going to say it. He didn't say it.
Yes,
That's my
yes.
opinion. I'm saying that.
I'm with you.
So what's going to happen is, because he's the big fish, he's just going to, in essence, keep buying out those other farmers.
Yeah.
So the reason, the excuse that Biden is using to pay farmers not to grow stuff on this land is just like I just said in the thing I did on Cali. He's saying it's to preserve climate change, to preserve the land, yada, 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 yada.
Yeah.
So I am telling you all, you better get your house in order if you think this food supply chain is going to continue to be the way it is. Now, I'm in Ohio, which is an agricultural state. Literally. This Ohio University is a huge agricultural school. You can't even throw a rock far enough before there's a local farmer somewhere. And I saw on the news earlier this week where they were talking about shortages, food shortages. I'm like, what the fuck? How the fuck can we have a food shortage and we are an agricultural hub? I'm like, okay, just as I thought.
They got to tell you first.
Exactly. They always have to disclose. So I am telling you all, you better make arrangements. Now, this one YouTube channel that I can't remember, he's predicting that they're going to start getting so strict on the large plots of agricultural land, they're going to start dictating what can be grown on that land. And he is predicting that one of the things that's going to take a huge hit will be the meat supply.
Are they doing that already?
He thinks, and I agree, sis, he thinks that the meat supply is going to be really, really dwindled down because they're going to use the excuse, let's say beef, for example. The amount of, what do they call it? Carbon footprint. That's what they call it. The amount of,
the methane gas that they put out into the atmosphere.
That's what they claim by the cows' farts. I'm like, okay, so ain't it more people than cows? Don't people fart? But okay, what the hell ever. If you want to blame that on the cows, whatever. But the amount of carbon blueprint that it takes to keep raising cattle for food isn't worth it. And supposedly and allegedly, I don't know this because I haven't done the research, the alternative meat place Impossible Food. Y'all know the Impossible Burger people.
Yeah.
Which is so much garbage in that. I mean, it tastes good, although it's riddled with fat. But it tastes good, but you turn the back of that label over, and I was like, oh, hell no, I'm not eating that. I go smash me up some beans, throw me in some seasoning, and call it a day. I'm not eating that. But supposedly the Impossible Food folks are somehow involved in this as well. Okay? So what they're going to be pushing is more veganism, vegetarianism.
They trying to make beef from poop. Japan was doing
well, they already make beef from poop. People don't want to admit that because most people do not know where their food comes. I see it. Okay.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah. No, they just I just that's why the algorithms I know what you can say and what you can't say and you get fucked with. So. No, I just got zapped like that. But, yeah, so supposedly and allegedly, that's what their plan is.
Yeah, you got to code that step. I was also, one more thing, and I'll let somebody else do their thing. I was listening to a rabbi speak this week, about ancient times. And I heard you talk about the Terra papers in your introduction. I could hear you, but I was trying to get on, Zoom. But he said in ancient times, they were shift shaping. And there was civilizations in the earth. So when Saul was king, the sheep that he took from Amalek shift shaped. So I said, uh-huh. So they had all kinds of creatures here on this planet.
You
And
said a
that,
rabbi said that?
yes, ma'am.
Oh, so now he wants to admit that. So he done learned it did that
It's in
information when?
it's in their Zohar. I think that
Oh,
was
okay. In his defense. Okay.
that
I
was
respect that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in the
yeah,
Zohar.
'cause all those little Jewish books. Oh
All
no,
those,
I was just gonna say all those little Jewish books do worship Saturn and the Anunnaki and all them.
Show do.
That's what they put up there.
well, probably the Zionists do, but they were going on the Torah. He was reading the Torah. See, what the alphabet is for the Hebrew is different from our alphabet. You just have A, B, C, D. But when you have their alphabet, each one of those letters means several things. And so he was interpreting what those things mean. And he even talked about there was the
You
Shekinah.
mean is a Hebrew, sis?
Yeah,
Okay. Because you know Hebrew, you can link that all the way back to cuneiform, right?
yeah, you can.
Which is the Anunnaki and them shit. But go ahead.
Well, yeah, and so he was in the Zohar, and he was in the Torah, and he was linking it back to ancient times. In which when he said that, I said, "Whoa!"
Now,
So
in his defense, old girl, Emily Windsor Cragg, she had the Torah in here too because her sources, it's the Torah, did I lie uponst her?
well, it's probably the Torah.
I don't think I see the Torah in here. I thought I did. All right, my bad. I thought she had the Torah in here. All right,
The
continue
Torah.
on.
She had put in the what was it? The Elders of Zion, the Protocols of Zion, or
Oh,
something.
that's a letter, yeah, a
Yeah.
book or something like that. That was the Zionists, because the Zionists hooked up with the Rothschilds to get the land. I hope you're not saying anything because your mouth is just
I'm
moving.
not. I'm just. You saw my head shaking. No, I wasn't saying. I was just agreeing. I was just shaking my head.
Yeah. So he was talking about how the Zionist people, Zionist Jews, hooked up with the Rothschilds, and it's not the same as the Torah Jews. They don't want the Torah. They hate it.
And now
So
remember when we talked about all of those different families where people think really have the power. Remember we said they're still hired by someone, right?
yeah,
Let's never forget that. Because we have to really start entering understanding who the true players are. So even those top families, they're for hire.
yeah,
Even Gates, and I've been saying this for years. I said Gates, I said Elon Musk, I said Branson,
all of
I said all of them were put in those positions. They
them.
did not invent that stuff. That stuff was built or invented, or they pulled out old ancient blueprints from the alphabet boys, and they were given these companies to run. I've been saying that for years.
Let me
And
tell you.
then, huh?
Let me tell you what the rabbi said about them.
Mm-hmm.
They are incarnated every generation to do exactly what they're doing. They're called the Eve every bra. And so that's what he was saying. They come back. And every time they come back, there's a war to get them off.
Mm-hmm.
So that was his topic of in essence, who's really trying to take control of this planet. And he said they've always tried to do it. And he talked about Gates and all of these people. His introduction picture was their picture on it and stuff, and Fauci and the Hoochie Coochie and all that kind of stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
then we on the Galactic Greg, they read a piece of paper. Jason read it, and he said that they created humans for food, and that he said what they do, the Anunnaki created humans for food, and when they call the population, they start these processes of disease, vaccines, and then starvation to kill off the humans. But that's what they do. That's what humans were created for. And so it's written in their paperwork he was reading from, and I couldn't understand what he was reading from because he's, kind of like spotty in his presentation, but that's what he was reading. So the Anunnaki want the people for food, and that's the LLNU papers that they gave them permission to use the humans for what they want.
Right, but only thing is that I just want to make sure that we're clear of, they can't put it all on the Anunnaki because they're not the only ones here. So I be side-eyeing people that be bringing this information and they want to put it all on one group. No, that's not the true story.
No, it's not.
There are multiple beings here that's been fighting for control of the realm. And the food, they need to be specific because the food that they're speaking on is the folks' energy.
Right. Oh, yeah. But they're also eating them, in that where the Patriot said they taking these children off planet and using them for food.
Okay.
Yeah, the Draconians was here first, though.
Yeah.
It's not all the Anunnaki.
Right.
They guilty as hell for what they done did.
Right. Right.
And,
agreed.
The so-called religious books and all these deities that people are looking up to because the Anunnaki wound up with control for the longest.
Right. Agreed.
It's their doctrine that we're left with.
Exactly.
And all those other people, they're preaching the Anunnaki doctrine instead of the other, or the Galactic Federation, either one.
Yep.
You can tell who's siding with who.
You can.
Say.
Bingo.
They all want to be here.
Yep.
They all trying to cut deals.
Yep.
They keep telling y'all that they need our permission. And dumbasses keep choosing sides instead of saying, fuck them all.
Exactly. Go back to your own shit. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
It's either they going to come to us correct, addressing us, the original people, the indigenous people that they keep making reference to.
Exactly.
But never elaborating on who the fuck they talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So, as far as I'm concerned, the Patriots, they saying the Galactic Federation shit. The quote-unquote elite, they on the Anunnaki shit. They all on some alien shit.
Yep.
So, fuck them all. They all gotta go.
Exactly. And we don't consent.
They want what we got. We ain't asking for shit from them. We didn't go in their dimensions fucking with them. We ain't go to their homeland or home simulation, whatever you want to call it. We didn't go to their shit fucking with them.
Exactly.
Right.
So fuck them. They got to beat feet. No deals. No contracts.
Exactly.
No nothing. Go back home and figure out something else to do.
Agreed. We don't consent. We don't need your help to repair some shit that you broke in the first motherfucking place. Exactly. No deals.
And then can I add in something?
Sure.
Because different people that I be hearing talking about these Anunnaki or other beings and all this type of stuff, they always be like, yeah, they created humans, they created us to to mine gold, or they create us for food or this and that and all that type of stuff. But then I'd be like, well, they never specified, like, no, they didn't create all of these beings. Like when they got here in North America, we was already here. The indigenous people was already here. So the people that's claiming that they made us or we from them, like that's another clear sign. It's like, no, like if you want to claim that's your bloodline or they created you came from that, you need to like say that specifically, because all of us are not. Because I was like listening to this one talk and people was all in the chat and they were like, so did the Anunnaki create us? And it's just like, well, you gotta be specific. Like, is you of that bloodline? Then maybe, okay, if you want to own up to that. But no, like the indigenous people of America, specifically North America, they said we was already here, which I believe they watched us for a long time and they used our genetic material to go over there to North Africa, South Africa, them Caucasus, to like mix and make and hybridize those people. They needed some source material, but like they didn't create us. And so that's the weird distinction. Like they want to colonize and be conquerors over us. So then that ties into the narrative that, yeah, oh, we created y'all in our image and this and that. It's like, no, like that's not the case for all of the beings that's in this realm.
Perfectly said. And thank you for bringing that up, which is why we keep stressing it's important for you to be specific and to truly know who you are. Because if you are taking on identities that do not belong to you, you're taking on that associated bloodline karmatic debt. So it is truly time to grow up. That's why I keep telling y'all this is graduate school. And I'm not going to sit here and argue with anybody what I am or what I ain't am. I know who I am. Get your shit together and know who you are. Now, if that's your people, rock with your people, do your thing, do you boo. But it's time to grow up. I keep telling you all, your soul depends on it. That's why we come to you every week with this information, even when we're on the historical part. We keep stressing how it's important to know thyself. I have been telling you all for years about soul contracts, who you're linking up with, who you're procreating with, how important this shit is. Because you're signing soul contracts for multiple thousands and thousands of years of incarnation/reincarnation. And now the information is before you. But it has to resonate with your soul. You have to do the work. You can't latch on to anybody, any program, any movement. You have to do the work. And the work starts here. You have to be truthful with yourself. If you got fucked up habits, your life is fucked up, you got shit you gotta clean up, you gotta do that work. Ain't no amount of, I'm gonna go into spirituality, that ain't gonna get you nowhere. You have to do the work. It starts here. And then you get it in motion in the physical. This is graduate school. Either you're going to graduate to the quote, quote, ascension that they keep talking about, and they're leading you down a wrong road if you think you're going to wake the fuck up out of the bed and be in paradise. What have you done? How have you taken care of your soul? What legacy are you leaving behind to graduate? Where's your motherfucking dissertation paper? It is time to grow up. You're not a baby anymore. So, yep, I'm rough. I be swinging a motherfucking bat because we're not children anymore. You have to take ownership for the good and the bad. I'm going to say that again. You have to take ownership of the good and the bad. There is no brushing it up under the rug. Everything is hunky-dory. We were great. We were the... Okay, yep, we were all of that. But a lot of it all we were not. There's no more pretending. There's no more pointing the finger. There's no more brushing it up under the rug. Either you're going to graduate or you're not. And if you're not, that's fine. You're not ready. But what you're not finna do, what you're not finna do is latch on to any other soul that has completed the cycle, done what they needed to do, and they have moved on. And what we are witnessing, we're witnessing a split. Even in the quote, quote, so-called conscious community, there is a huge split. And it's only going to be 1%.
Hey, sis,
Yes, sir.
is it split in the patriot community too? Galactic Greg, he was saying don't fall for that alien bullshit and a certain amount of numbers and doing step by step these rituals that they tell you have to do. And
Which is very dangerous, but continue.
frequency. Yeah, I mean, to me it sounds like they listening to us, but ain't never gonna give us no credit.
Well, you know how that goes.
I think a lot of them listen to
Yeah, yeah. And sometimes it be word for word, and I'd be like, oh, okay. Be like, okay, whatever.
And Michael Jaco,
Yeah.
he
I don't know
said
who
he
that
learned
is.
his another one of those patriots. He was a ex-CIA member instead of the Navy SEAL, etc., etc. But he said he learned spirituality through quote unquote Native Americans. He learned Native American spirituality.
Okay, well, good for him.
Yeah, that's great.
I'm just saying, because that's the one I was telling you about. They call themselves a chief of
Oh,
a tribe.
Okay.
I was
I'm just-
listening to him today.
It's just that they trying to any and everything that we do, they're trying to emulate. I mean, some of them they still hold on to all that other stuff. And
Right.
one of them even said something about once this reset or whatever takes place, that they're even bringing back titles of nobility once they go back up under the republic again.
Yeah, that's in y'all dimension, y'all realm, have at it. That don't have nothing to do with the indigenous people.
Well, I'm just saying, you know who's gonna be jumping and snapping at that.
Child, you and I both know that y'all can have at it. Go on and repeat that cycle. We could tell y'all how the story gonna end.
Because people seem to forget that king and the queen are pieces on the chessboard.
Indeed.
Every piece can be sacrificed. Yes, even the mighty and powerful queen. She used to be sacrificed for the king. Every piece on the board can be taken, but the king. All you can do is check and checkmate him. And at checkmate, you have a reset. And you put all the pieces back on the board.
And what did you call it, Brother Sean, last week, the gaming term? When you want to skip the bad parts or you want to...
cheat codes.
Cheat codes, yeah. They use some cheat codes on y'all. So keep playing on the board. And that is your right. If you want to play on the board because you want to move up to a higher, quote, quote, piece on the board, that's you, boo. You still on that board.
Yep, those titles belong to that board.
Yes, it
And that
does.
king, queen, bishop, knight, pawn, rook.
Yep,
I
absolutely.
mean, people think that those are actual titles, but that's all game.
And they gave you the game to tell you that it's a game, and people still don't get that it's a game. And didn't we leave off last week in the time travel document where we showed you the Kabbalah grid? And we'll go back over there real quick. We're literally showing you all how it's done. And again, that's fine if you want to participate in that process. Hopefully, you're going into it knowing what it is. Because some people, I don't care how many horror stories you can tell, they want to rule. They want that experience to be on top. That's their right. Go for it. It's still a game. You're still on the board. It can still be reset at any moment. You still have limitations. Now, unless I forget how chess is played, doesn't each piece on the board have limitations?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I just thought maybe I had forgot. If that's what you want to do, that is your right. Go for it. But what you're not finna do is sit up here and try to lie to me and want me to sanction your lie and basically your bullshit. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. I'm not here to coddle people. I don't care how many times I have to fucking say it. I am not here to coddle anyone. No one gets a pass, including myself. So, yep, it's going to be times y'all going to be pissed at me. I'm cool with that. Trust, I'm cool with that. As long as I'm giving truth. I'm not here to coddle and stroke ego and bullshit you to get clicks, views, and likes. That shit is over with. This is graduate school. Where is your dissertation on what you have experienced this time around on this realm? Where's your dissertation? If you can't put your motherfucking dissertation together, put that shit together truthfully, you're not ready. That's why we tell you it starts with self. Because to get through them gateways to them higher dimensions of consciousness, you have to resonate at a certain frequency, which means you have to have done the work. So where is your dissertation? All right. So real quick, Nisi Poo said, Sir Thomas Gates, unless she's, Nisi Poo, are you ready to talk? If not, I'll read what you said. If not,
you can read what I said. I'm trying to get, a place that's a little bit more quieter.
Okay.
But, hey, everybody, it's good to be on with y'all live today.
Good to hear your voice. I'll read right quick and then I'll let you put something on it because you wrote it out so well. Sir Thomas Gates, 1585 to 1622, was the governor of Jamestown in the English colony of Virginia. His predecessor, George Percy, through inept leadership, was responsible for the lives lost during the period called the starving time. My opinion, maybe Bill Gates is the descendant of Sir Thomas Gates. Sir Thomas Gates was a part of the Indian massacre, March 22nd, 1622. Ooh, we are going into 2022. These numbers are weird. Well, they're gateway numbers.
Yeah.
I wonder if that March 22nd was like either the first day of spring, which was a new year, or right around that time. But we know 22 is double manifestation.
Double manifestation, and now Bill Gates is owning land.
Exactly. So you said, is Bill Gates really Sir Thomas Gates?
They sure do look alike.
Incarnated. Incarnated, yeah. Incarnated. That's what they say.
Could be.
Right.
So,
because they got to finish out that plan. The plans that they be putting in, they can't do that in one lifetime. So they got to pass it down to they little hybrid little benefactors.
And remember what we were discussing last week, how they were talking about this particular patent being able to take from different timelines.
Oh, yeah. When they time travel, yeah, they can bring things back and take it forward. And all that stuff. Yeah.
So this is some serious stuff. And that's why, this is graduate school. You have to have a peer together. Because it's nothing that they can really do to match that what you can already naturally do. But if you still sleep on some bull ass, you'll never get to that point.
I wanted to share an article that I was reading. It's about real estate and
absolutely
how
Niecy.
The Native American tribes are moving. The title is Native American Tribes Move to Make Real Estate a Force for Renewal. Mommy. Can you ask Asia? Because I'm on the phone. Thank you. I'm hiding. Close my door because I'm hiding. Let me have 15 minutes of me time. Good. Okay. I'm in the closet. I'm literally in my closet.
You got to do what you got to do to get that mommy time. That little slice of mommy time.
All right. So this is out of the Seattle Times. The author her name is Linda Baker. So Native Americans have been systemically dispossessed of their ancestral lands for more than a century, thanks to federal land management policies. So whose fault is it? Federal land management. Okay. But a spate of new real estate projects highlights efforts to reclaim that territory as tribes invest in land development in an effort to diversify their revenue base and support their members. In Canada, for example, the Squamish Nation is behind the largest indigenous development in North America. Now, mind y'all, they said indigenous, and there's a reason why. All right, a mixed-use neighborhood near downtown Vancouver that is projected to cost $2.6 billion. In March, the Navajo Nation bought an office building in Washington, D.C., making it one of the few tribes to own property in the nation's capital. And in Michigan, the investment arms of two tribes, the Gun Lake and the Natawasapi Huron Band of the Potawatomi, recently bought McKay Tower, a commercial and residential property on ancestral land in downtown Grand Rapids. Mind you, it says they bought it. Okay. McKay Tower is a focal point of the skyline in Grand Rapids, said Curtis Trevan, CEO of Gun Lake Investments, the business arm of the Gun Lake tribe. It is our way to help plant a flag on lands that used to be tribally owned. Now, there is no readily available data documenting how many of the 574 federally recognized tribes in the United States have invested in commercial property other than casinos, which in 2019 brought in $34 billion, according to the National Indian Gaming Commission. Anecdotally, only a comparatively small number have pursued other real estate developments or investments, experts in tribal economic development said. All right, I'm almost done, y'all. In 1988, the Indian Gaming Act established a regulatory framework for gambling on tribal lands and opened up new opportunities. In recent years, a variety of circumstances have aligned to open even more doors and off the reservation, on and off the reservation. Gaming has provided a lot of meaningful revenue for almost 35 years now, and that has enabled many tribal members to pursue professional degrees and careers, said Francis Schobert, a lawyer who focuses on economic development for Native Americans. Now, those members are in leadership roles, shaping the next generation of economic development and land development. Other factors driving the shift include a more favorable political climate and tribes' growing urgency to leverage the wealth and clout of property ownership to help solve economic problems facing their communities. For example, more than 30% of Navajo Nation members do not have running water or electricity, which is very sad. And 70% do not have broadband access. Executive Director of the tribe's Washington office, Santi Lewis, said, it is housed in $4.9 million, two-story building. Hold on, wait. The office, the Navajo Nation's office in Washington is housed in a $4.9 million two-story building. But 30% of their members do not have running water or
Just
electricity.
crazy.
So I can't even believe they actually put that in the article in the same paragraph.
I'm surprised too.
I'll read the last paragraph and then I'll let y'all, the other part I wanted to add. So let me read this one. This acquisition represents our independence. We are a tribal nation willing to work with the U.S. government. The property has enough space to host dignitaries and a carriage house that will generate revenue for the tribe. So that was pretty much most of the article. It talks about how they're going to allow the Bureau of Indian Affairs to help fast track decisions for the tribes that submitted applications to reacquire land. And then it also talks about the Bureau of Indian Affairs did not respond to the request for comment about that, because Secretary Halen actually delegated the Bureau of Indian Affairs to help with the reacquisition of lands. So that's pretty much the article. It's from Seattle Times if anybody wants to look it up. And then the other thing that I wanted to talk about, which if y'all want to speak on that first, and then we could go back to California, because I had just posted something about California and their water situation. And it says that Lake Mead, which is a lifeline for 25 million people, and millions of acres of farmland in California, Arizona, Nevada, and Mexico. So that water that's coming out of Lake Mead feeds all those states. And they also have a treaty with Mexico. So, it says if the lake, which is currently at 1,068 feet, drops 28 more feet by next year, that they are going to be in crisis status. So that the picture that I'm looking at that this gentleman posted on this page, because he's like he goes to Lake Mead like every day. That's what he does for his business. Okay. And he's like, you could see the picture of the water line. It looks like, you know how like you get out, you put your babies in the bathtub and they real dirty, and then they get out and it leaves that line. Tub. Yeah. Yes, you could see the ring around the on the mountain. It is sad looking, y'all. So I yield on that. If anybody want to talk about that article I just read, though, I thought that was quite interesting.
You know, DC is not even a part of this union. It's an independent property in the 1871 contract, the Constitution, as they call it. They purchased that land, so it's a foreign land. So for the, what is that, the $10 Indians, $5 Indians, they're the ones who bought that. So they bought on foreign soil. So I guess that's why they got it, because it's not a part of this country. DC is not.
Even though DC, the designation of the corporation might not be, it's not foreign soil. It's all on America's landmass. So maybe that is their way of saying, hey, this is ours. I don't know.
I just find it interesting, number one, that they felt they needed to buy, what was the cost you said of the DC land purchase?
I think it was like 3.9 million or something.
Okay,
Something
so
crazy.
number one, why did they need to even purchase that type of, make that big of a type purchase in DC, mind you? And then number two, and it's no secret that the folks that's actually on those reservations, they're not living good. So that goes back to what I just said earlier about taking on these titles when that doesn't match your bloodline. And people with this title or status of Native American, it's cursed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know people don't want to hear that, but not the indigenous people of the Americas. I know Native Americans don't want to hear that, but it's true. It's cursed. Because you're living a heritage that's not your bloodline. And then the fact that y'all let the crap go on.
But did you hear there's a lot of them who are now claiming to be indigenous. And
yeah, I saw that over the last year, maybe year and a half, they've been throwing that indigenous around. And I'm like, you can go have several seats and spin on it. Because y'all didn't even know what no indigenous meant until the true indigenous of America started really standing up and getting some traction.
Yeah, I find a lot of the Latino, Hispanic, whatever they want to identify as, those be the ones that be saying they indigenous. They be like, we that Maya, we the Aztec, we this, we the indigenous Mexican. It's like, okay.
Again, y'all can keep taking on all these titles you want. You're just cursing yourself.
Did you see that rapper that was killed on Instagram publicly? They call him Red Boy Indian.
Yeah, because I saw that actually in LTC's chat, and I was like, I didn't know if it was like somebody that we knew that had passed, and then I found out it was a rapper. I'm like, oh shit, yeah.
And they call him Red Boy Indian, and he was a melanated young man.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, So now they go as well.
Who wore the two braids to the motherfucking side.
Yeah.
The picture I saw. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as long as we did, that's good. They posted as Indians, Red Boy Indian.
I just do not understand how people can continue to sit up and lie to themselves, saying that you're indigenous, but you don't look like any of those old murals.
And then they have an ad where they have two natives out there dancing in the field on the mountain. I can't remember what that ad's about. And they look so right on Chinese, it ain't even funny.
I just do not, again, I don't understand it. I think son Scotty, you was looking at a video, and we may have been even watching the same video where this person was going over some information, and I forget which channel it was, and they're talking about the Native Americans, and literally their shit was just like mine. And they brushed right on past that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, so you all are going to continue to live this lie. You're going to continue to keep cursing yourself, claiming to be something that you're not. Go for it.
Man, because they of that same bloodline too. Because I just saw a video where a white man was talking about his family done been in the Americas since Jesus was walking in the Middle East. And like they talking about they got scientific proof and all this type of stuff. And I'm like, they all is like, whatever they want to give it that term, cognitive dissonance. Yeah. They all just built on lying, and they just then believe they lies over generations and centuries. That is just like, they just don't like it's not adding up. The math is not mathing for them. Like, do you not even get it? Y'all can blatantly look at these like Mayan murals, Bonaparte murals, see these people, they got locks, they got fros, they got fades, they got you can see your auntie with her hair and her locks wrapped up and they coming out the back.
All of that.
She got hips, all of that. But you will still say that's your ancestors.
Right,
like,
hips, booty, all of that. Like, really? White girls started getting a booty, and I question that. Go ahead.
I think it would be better. I think it would just be better if they would just at least admit that their great grandmama was what you would consider, dark skin or Negro.
They would be better off. To be honest, they would be much better off.
Yeah, because I've talked to some that have admitted it. And I've also seen within my own bloodline, with my own family, where, my half and half cousin, when I say half and half, y'all know what I mean. But
yeah, I'm with you.
Where she would go and marry a so-called white man. And then when they have a child, which they've had a child, this child looks straight up white.
Right, like because it only takes 2 generations to wipe it out.
Yeah, and so you see this little white child, which is your cousin, and it's like, dang, like your whole dark-skinned great-grandparents don't even show up on you. And so I think that's what's happened with a lot of these so-called Native Americans. I think they're ashamed to admit that they come from dark-skinned people. And that's really what the problem is. They need to admit it. And if they can't
then the
admit
lies
it,
start unraveling.
Right, because if you admit that,
lies start unraveling. Then was that ancestor an African slave? Was they an African slave or were they an indigenous Indian?
Exactly.
Then you're gonna be really exposing the lies. So that's why they just stuck, because they like, oh, we have to expose the lies in order to tell our truth, and we don't want to do that.
Exactly.
But they need to. They need to.
Exactly. But that's why they're going to continue to be cursed.
Well, the scientists been posting that they're Mongolian, so I don't even know what the problem is.
Well, child, they're going to take that they're indigenous or whatever they want to call themselves to the grave. Although the evidence is there, they dug up mummies with the motherfucking locks still intact, gold fronts, toofuses still, mummies laying in the motherfucking dirt like this. They still clinging to it. Okay. Keep doing you, boo. You just cursing yourself. You can take on people's identities, but there is a spiritual component with it. So keep on. Go for it. I've done told y'all that for years. So you want to keep rolling with that lie? You want to keep signing contracts with the United States government / corporation? You go right on ahead. Keep doing it, because you're not getting anything out of it.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
The Arcturian Council even said something about that, about how the truth is going to come out. People been lying about nationalities and everything. Now, you got motherfuckers from a different planet talking about the motherfuckers down here with identity theft.
That's bad.
Did y'all talk about the rise of the s'mores? Did y'all talk about that already?
Child, I wouldn't. That's fuckery to the highest level of fucktivity.
Now that happened in Chief Two Hawk's territory. That happened in Rhode Island. And so I happened to be listening to, I don't know if you guys heard of Chief Two Hawks.
No.
Okay, Chief Two Hawks is he's one of the directors of fauna.
Okay, all right. Now, so as soon as you said fauna, I know now. Okay.
Yeah, and he's a chief up there in Rhode Island. He's from Providence. I think they have a reservation out there. Okay. But that whole shit show happened in his territory. So he was like, I feel obligated to speak on it. Mm-hmm. So he was on, I forget the brother's channel. Wild Indian or something like that. But he was on there talking about the whole situation. And it was just like, at what point do people not realize that these folks are on lists as domestic terrorists
We keep telling
and Black identity extremist groups?
Yep.
And anytime you say the things that they're saying, they're going to identify you as such. Even if you're saying you're an American Indian, if you're using the same words that they're using, these Black identity extremist groups, they're going to assume that you are one as well. And so now all these other groups are being put into the fold as Black identity extremist groups, even though they might not be Moorish groups, but they're using the same terminology, like nationality. And yes,
we done told them. We told them for years. So if they want to keep running around with that paperwork, listening to Sheik is this, chief this, that, we told you you're gonna get locked up. We even pulled up the Alphabet Boys website, the FBI's website, and we read to you where the Moors are on the watch group terrorist list. We told y'all. And to be honest, that particular group, they're lucky they didn't get shot the F down.
I heard they ran into the forest with their guns.
What happened to standing on your square?
We had to find it.
They had to go hug a tree first.
I mean, they're really, really lucky. Those officers, to me, they gave them a lot of leeway.
Sure did.
And it was stupid. The whole thing was absolutely stupid. Blocking the highway. I'm like, anybody carrying that title more, I'm embarrassed for y'all. I'm straight embarrassed for y'all. But that's what happens when y'all let shit go unchecked. That name is stained.
And not only that, but they done went and put all this shit on the public record. So it ain't like can't nobody figure out. Like, if you did a name change on the public record through an affidavit, like, you can literally go to the Secretary of State's website and look up all this stuff. Your information is now public. They know exactly who you are, where you are. Like, it's crazy. I don't know. I've been saying, like, what is the point of telling, if these people colonized us, right? And they're the so-called enemy, why am I going to go give them record of who I am, where I am, so that they can do what? Like, what is the purpose of that? It makes no sense. And so now it's all coming out that all their stuff is on the public record. They've been tracking these folks.
Shout out to Bobby Hemmett. He told they asses back in the 90s, before they even got deep into it. What's the Empress? She has transitioned out of Louisiana. That's a part of Washita Nation. She's transitioned.
Verdici.
Yeah.
Empress Verdici.
Empress Verdici. Bobby Hemmett said that Empress Verdici was given COINTELPRO information paperwork. He said, leave that shit alone, y'all. You're gonna get locked up. Because they brought him the paperwork and he like, I don't want no parts of it. Do y'all realize what you all are doing? They're gonna start locking you up.
That's like that sovereign citizen bullshit that the pale skins try and utilize. It's the same terminology.
Yeah.
It's what they learned from their Moorish masters.
Yeah. And it's doing nothing but getting people locked up. And again, Moors, because there are some people that truly are in the Moor stuff for the right reasons. But that name is totally, it's stained. And it's been stained for a very long time. That's why I keep talking to y'all about taking on these titles It has a karmic debt behind it.
Mhm. Chief Two Hawk says something about there's a city named it's in Spanish, but it's in Mexico. And when you translate the meaning, it means kill the Moors. So he said, take y'all asses down there to Mexico, since all this is your land, and go down there and tell they ass you a Moor and see what happens.
I just do not get how people want to carry that title and you want to forget the history of what that associated title, what they did. I just don't get it.
But that's everybody's claim to fame. That's everybody's claim to glory. Oh, we were once this magnanimous people who ruled the world. And
Yeah, by fucking
this,
up
that, and
over
other.
other people. And everybody's comfortable with that. By fucking over other people, taking other people's stuff, enslaving other people's stuff, having a harem of concubine women, making babies all over the motherfucking world, not taking care of them. Oh, that shit sound familiar to me.
Maybe them niggas really is Moors.
I think a lot of them are.
Most of them
Talking
don't
that
tell
bullshit.
you. A lot of them tell you secrets.
What you say, Cassandra?
A lot of them don't talk about that kind of stuff.
No, they don't. And then when you bring it up, oh, see, you a feminist, you that nigga, I be all of that and then some.
That's the
But I know a colonizer pimp when I see one, and you ain't pimping nothing over here.
Yeah. Talk about all these multiple wives and all that kind of stuff. Who wants
And don't
that?
have a pot to piss in. You know how Big Mama and them used to say, a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out. I couldn't wait to get grown to say that motherfucking shit. I tell you, I couldn't wait to get my own shit and say, you ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out. It's hilarious. You sitting up, you ain't got shit. You relying on your baby mamas, them public assistance, or got her out working like a dog while you sit online trying to scam people and sell paperwork. It's a motherfucking joke.
It really is. And now we have a new phenomenon within the so-called Aboriginal community where you have self-proclaimed scholars who ain't written no goddamn dissertations and who ain't got no goddamn scholarship, sitting here just causing confusion all day. And I be guilty of listening to that dumb shit laughing. It's crazy. It's very, very crazy. And now some people, I don't want to say no names because I ain't trying to be messy.
Don't be messy. Don't be messy.
I ain't gonna be messy.
They gonna come windmilling and then I got to bring auntie out and cuss the motherfucker out. So don't be messy.
But it just be hours and hours and hours of the same shit every day. And I be like, damn, y'all niggas talked about that shit yesterday. Like, come on, y'all ain't got nothing else to talk about? Nothing.
No,
nothing at all.
No, because when you don't pick up a book, you don't study, you don't read, you don't research. And here's the thing out of all of that. I'm going to say, and I'm going to say this again. I don't give a fuck if you the coldest scholar in the Americas that we have ever seen. If your shit is raggedy, you don't have a leg to stand on. You have no moral compass to stand on. If your shit is raggedy, none of that matters. And most of these people that are in these groups, most of these leaders of these groups, their shit is very much so raggedy. And people don't vet them. Just because they talk a smooth pimp game, they'll listen and they'll give it up. They'll give up their money. They'll give up their time/energy. And that's kindergarten shit.
Well, one of the things they ask you to do is to convey your property to the temple. And most people don't know what convey means.
What, turnover?
Yes, give it to them. Convey it to them. And because once you get part of them, they want you to convey your property. And you know, if that ain't a scam, I don't know what scam is. I'm like, what the heck? Yeah.
And here's the thing. You know, you have these different groups talking about, you know, we're going to get land, we're going to do thus and such. And I'm going to specifically speak on the Moors because I can't speak on anybody else. I'm only speaking on their particular track record. The Moors been doing this. How long ago since Noble Drew Ali been around the block? Wasn't that in the 30s? If I'm, forgive me if I'm wrong.
1913.
Oh, god damn. I was saying up in the 30s. That's a long ass time. Moors, where's your utopia? Where's your Moors territory than where you done built a community?
Where's the farmers' benefits?
I'll wait.
They'll tell you Moors built Washington, D.C.
Yeah, you absolutely right. The Moor / black motherfucking Europeans. You motherfucking absolutely right. You did. Moor / black Europeans.
It's Masons.
They say they're the mound builders too.
I don't agree with that one.
I mean, they say a lot of stuff, but the truth about the mounds ain't exactly been told yet.
It sure really
But I'll let Sis get on that one when she's ready for it.
Now that sounds quite interesting.
Well, what had happened was it's always some shit, y'all. Baby, that's why I keep telling y'all. Everything's being revealed. There's no stone will be left unturned. Everything you think you know, you better side eye that shit. So, Brother Sean, you remember the YouTube channel? I don't want to bring it up because...
That's Wise Up. Wise Up.
Okay, Wise Up. Okay, WISE space UP. Wise Up. Check out that channel. What he does, he looks at old sites and he matches up the architecture. What we are quote quote calling mounds were really dome structures. They're ancient dome structures. And some of them were repurposed as graveyards or burial grounds, but the ones that he showed, they're ancient dome structures. So meaning when we talk about terraforming, all of that shit that we see, it was terraformed.
Oh, yeah.
So check it out.
Actually,
sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, son, Scotty.
Oh, no. Because when you brought up terraforming, it was making me think of something tied to also what Sis T. Christopher was talking about. Because y'all know last week I was gone and I was working on this project for this movie, No Sudden Move, with Don Cheadle and stuff. And it's set in like the 1950s in Detroit and whatnot. And I was like doing all this research and stuff on it and everything. And then of course my research going to lead me back to some reset type of stuff, some terraforming stuff, some indigenous melanated Black European mixing with some of their pale counterparts from Central Asia, Europe or whatnot. But anyway, so this is the thing, like in 1950s, it was this area called P Valley, Black Bottom. It was very, you know, much like, you know, we hear the stories of these different, you know, Black Wall Streets and stuff. They had their own businesses, they had the land, they had, you know, a lot of property and all this type of stuff. And it was, you know, a mixture of the indigenous, melanated, and, you know, Black Europeans and whatnot. And then in comes, you know, the influx of the immigrants and stuff. And then you have all this like political stuff that's happening. You get Eisenhower coming in with the Urban Renewal Act. And then all of a sudden, this booming so-called Black Renaissance area, they paving the streets, they bulldozing homes, they bringing in freeways. And then all of a sudden now, this town that was, you know, flourishing on its own from the, you know, just sheer ingenuity of these people now has been terraformed by the help of the government and the police and just the zeitgeist of that time. But the interesting thing was that it was similar to a lot of different places around the United States, as we know and stuff, but like specifically like where I live, like in Los Angeles, there's an area, West Adams, and like it was like the same thing. A lot of like mansion type homes, a lot of the Black celebrities, Black Europeans, whatever, used to live in that area. And then all of a sudden you have some type of like policy that comes in, like, you know, these terms, these government policies coming down from the presidents or whatnot, are just like, it's paperwork and it's doctrine, and it's terraforming. Because now you got the 110, you got the 10 freeway going all through there. The property value has gone down, the history has gone down, and then also they build these things where they know it's like sacred land. Like take me back to the area in Detroit. It was called Black Bottom. The French Huguenots had came in and called it that because the land was so fertile. So it wasn't because like Black people lived there, they called it Black Bottom. They called it Black Bottom because the land was so fertile. And so, yeah, I just thought that was real interesting about, you know, an indigenous land in America being mixed with Black European, Moors or whatnot. They linking up with their pale Italian, Jewish, Irish counterparts. And then through, you know, the linking up of those people and the government entities, terraforming is now like a government like entity. It's not like just we covering over mounds and ancient sites. It's like, no, this is how we construct societies now, and is by terraforming.
Absolutely. What they're calling now, what is it, gentrification?
Right, gentrification, urban renewal is what they called it back in the 50s.
We used to have a lot of famous people live over there in Adams, West Adams, and then they like it was Cassius Clay and all them kind of people, I think.
Yep. I even had a book, people like Step and Fetch It, all them early stars. What's the one woman that won the Oscar for color? What is?
Oh yeah, What's her face? Yeah, Hattie McDaniels.
Yeah, Hattie McDaniel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. That it's the same script. The script doesn't change.
Mm-mm.
It definitely doesn't change. So, and who knows how many resets happen between the time that something was called the mounds to now. I'm sorry, go ahead, son Scotty.
No, my one last, the whole point, I forgot the whole point of all that I was saying was that we was talking about the paperwork and the Moors and the Black Europeans. They is always the link in between like the indigenous people of the land and then their proxies. They're using these proxies that they put in these positions, like the president, you know, Eisenhower, you know, he had so-called, you know, his genealogy was, you know, they say that he had some whatever Black in him, melanated, whatever. So it's like they always the link between like taking the land and pretending to be us and of us, but then they making these, because that was the thing in the movie, No Sudden Move. It was always making deals, the black people with the deals with the Italians and the deals with the Irish and the deals with the Jewish, and then they linking in with the car manufacturing, Ford and all this type of stuff. And it's all about the paperwork and the moving of the paperwork, which coincides with the moving of the people off the land. And then the Moors and the black Europeans, they get to hide their hands because somehow they're the victim and they're the perpetrator of the crime.
Exactly.
And nobody really can delineate which one they are.
Exactly. And remember, that's why it's important for us to understand who really is running things from this corporation perspective. Because when we talk about the Rothschilds and all of that, when we talk about these big companies, I already went through with you all a whole list of companies on who they really don't even own it. They're just are an administrator or they're running it. So any possible big company you can think of, this particular paysuers were linked to it. We already showed you all what the game was. The paysuers were hired by the King of France. So the wealth that you see that these quote, quote, CEOs of these big conglomerate companies are getting is only a fraction of the true wealth that's rolling back up to these particular crowns, these European crowns. And all of this line of business or this commerce is being done in the Americas on the indigenous people's land. So everything is accounted for, from the corporations to the government at the federal, state, and municipality level. And until people truly understand the game, you're going to keep getting got. And we're trying to show you not only just from that level, we're trying to show you from a spiritual, deeper level why it's being done that way. That's why we tell you you're at a graduate level. You should be able to write your dissertation with your life cycle in this particular realm. They've been doing this shit for a very long time. A very long time. So even over the hundreds of years that we're going over, let's say if we start at the 1500s up till now, that ain't nothing. That's absolutely nothing. What we're trying to get you all to see is that it is a cycle. And the ultimate goal is to trap your energy, to keep you ultimately in the same script so they can keep living in your realm, feeding off of your energy and benefiting quite nicely off of your inheritance. Do you all understand how much terraforming has went on on the planet? Do you all understand how many resources has been excavated, destroyed from the planet? So it's hard for me. Now, this is just my logic. This is just the way my logic is set up. It's hard for me to try to justify how that type of system would have my benefit at heart. Because I am talking about at your soul level benefit, not the physical trinkets that you can dangle. Because if you're on your spiritual game like you're supposed to be able to create those things and more anyway. So, all right, I step down. Okay.
Yeah, because
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
once again, all they're doing is offering that 1,000 years of peace. If all they have to offer you is 1,000 years of peace with all that bullshit, that means that they know that you're going to be recycling in order to quote unquote enjoy that 1,000 years of peace. And then the feeding frenzy starts again. Because that book even tells you that he's to be released after 1,000 years.
Right.
Now, I mean, just looking at all the resets, how many 1,000 years of peace have we had? Then they get unleashed again. Because it seemed like at some point in time as ancestors, we had our great moments, then shit go all to hell. Over and over again. It's the same shit. As the ancestors, we took some shitty deals.
Mm-hmm.
We seem to keep forgetting that part that we were once ancestors. And all we doing is blaming the ancestors. That's not accepting responsibility for what you did as an
Absolutely.
ancestor. That's where knowing thyself comes into play. Being able to break those bloodline curses because you know exactly where you fucked up. Not somebody else, but where you fucked up at. We're leaving the age of belief. We're in the age of knowing. That means you're supposed to know some shit now. If Earth is the greatest school in the multiverse, and you have to go from believing to knowing in order to reach higher frequencies, and you know nothing, mainly you don't know yourself.
Exactly.
What makes you think you're vibrating high enough to go anywhere? You might come back as a rock or something. It's all about self. You have to take and pass your test. Your test is comprised of all of your experiences. So, I mean, sitting up listening to everybody else following such and such, this, that, or the other, and not going within and doing the work, not paperwork. You got to do that spiritual work. If you ain't putting it in, it's better luck next time. I mean, you got a whole nother cycle to get it right. I mean, you don't die for real or nothing like that.
Right.
I mean,
Right. You got a
you gonna
minimum.
suffer like.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut your train of thought.
I mean, they gonna suffer like a motherfucker because the longer it takes you to get it, the suffering increases. With each reset, the suffering is worse for those who choose to stay in those lower frequencies. I'm done with that shit.
Exactly.
Y'all can have it. There's no more contracts. I don't consent to shit. But I digress.
And they done told you what 3,600 years is a mini cycle, and in between that 3,600 years, I don't know how many motherfucking resets are gonna happen, and in the big galactic shift is at the 25,900 and some change. Now, interestingly enough, I think I sent Brother Sean this video. I don't know if he had a chance to get to it. It kind of blew my mind. I don't know if it was Wise Up or The Divergent. That's another good channel.
I
Divergent.
watched them all.
Okay, where old boy was talking about the dome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was wise up.
Okay, that was Wise Up. Yeah, y'all go on and check out Wise Up. He got some shit on his stuff. I was like, so he was talking about how the dome is going to be pretty much opened up. And that's when the big catastrophe is going to happen. So when he talked about the dome, I immediately thought about what we read, which I had already done said. I put to conclusion that I felt the dome was part of form of terraforming. And then Emily Windsor Craig, in her book, she talked about how the Anunnaki, when the galactic war broke off and Mama Earth was injured, and the bullying, because they claim it was a galactic war and she got ran into. I say she was jumped and taken down, and how when she was destroyed, that in her book, she said the Anunnaki came to repair her, and she said they had to section her off, put a dome over her. And that's when their terraforming started to not only, quote, quote, repair, because to be honest, she could have repaired her motherfucking self. Let's be real. She could have repaired her motherfucking self, right? So even if
that story is always,
yeah, always trying to make them the motherfucking hero, she could have repaired herself. Even if everybody was, quote, quote, wiped off, even if her babies had to leave, they could come back. She could have repaired her motherfucking self. But they came and repaired her, and they sectioned off a part of her, i.e. the dome. And in this Wise Up video, the man was saying that that whole the astrology, like how at the top of the dome you have the whole solar system like turning, and the whole thing with the seasons and all of that, and you have the sun positioned there, and the sun is like a technology to, I say, now this is just my opinion, that helps that motherfucking dome turn. He's saying when that opens up, all of that's going to be destroyed, and there's going to be a big catastrophe. Now, this is my lowly opinion. That is why I think that they're trying to get they monk asses out of this realm.
I like to say what I read. I read part of it. I didn't read all of it.
Mm-hmm.
But that the moon is wobbling. That's on currently AT&T. And scientists don't know what to expect because the moon is wobbling.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Here they go. So they're getting prepared for that catastrophe, I think.
Oh, yeah. They definitely are. That's why didn't Branson this week supposedly and allegedly launched?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. I already see what they're trying to do. I already see. And I say again. Let the chips fall as they may. If you're supposed to be here, you're supposed to be here. Shit. And that's including me. If I'm supposed to be here, I'm supposed to be here. If the motherfucking dome crack and I'm gone, I'm gone.
They said 2/3 supposed to die. I heard that. And I'm saying, oh, what can you do?
Because all I keep thinking is, if you're not supposed to be here, why do you keep working so hard to stay here? Why haven't your people repaired y'all shit and get the fuck on?
They don't want to go nowhere.
Because it's not natural. Obviously, it's not natural. Obviously, whatever is here is not organic to the planet. Anytime you gotta come somewhere and cut down motherfucking ancient trees, dig up shit, put all these ugly ass buildings in its place, you're not in harmony with any of the wildlife. You're not in harmony with the indigenous people. All it is take. Build, use to the point where it can't be replenished. That tells me, that consciousness tells me you are not indigenous to the planet. So if the planet is about to renew herself, she's going to renew herself. And if that means you don't need to be here, then you don't need to be here. And if you are who you say you are, and your sky daddies, them who they say they are, what the fuck you scared of, knuckle? Either they can take you out of here, or you can reincarnate to some other realm or back here. What the fuck are y'all scared of? So that's for all of you all that keep talking about the galactic this, the galactic that. What the fuck are you all scared of? Why can't you get on the ship and get the fuck on?
Because they took the vaccine. Because they took the jab. That's why. They ain't even going to let them on the ship.
Well, that's their motherfucking fault. Because mama got something for your ass. I done took and told y'all.
They go find out.
So y'all can keep bullshitting if you want to. Because they are afraid of something. They are afraid. They are scrambling. You can't half turn around before they talking about escaping the planet, and I be cracking the fuck up. Oh, we're going to colonize Mars. Yeah, that's all you fuckers know is to colonize. Go colonize your own shit. Go back to your own shit. And interestingly enough, in that Wise Up video, when he was showing the structures of the mounds and how he thinks they were really dome structure buildings, I immediately thought about how they were talking about colonizing other different quote planets. And a great example of that, although you can still find those same domes today, because if you watch that video, he's going to show you the today version versus the ancient version, and he's going to show you the skeletal removals of the ancient version lines up exactly how they build the shit today. But if y'all, I did a drop on Dubai, and I told you all how in Dubai they have a area out in the desert where they're doing like a simulation of Mars. And in that particular simulation, they have all of them domes. And if you look at movies, they show you them same domes and how people live in the domes because the atmosphere is not breathable. So could it have been when the catastrophe happened on Mama Earth that them structures were built because the atmosphere wasn't conducive and folks were living in those structures? Now, that's just how my mind works. But they are afraid of something. They are truly, truly afraid of something. So it's getting ready to be real interesting. Okay.
Yeah, because that name Anunnaki is something to do with them, because they say it's like supposed to be from heaven to earth or something like that. But that's when Saturn was closer to the earth, and they was actually worshiping Saturn as the sun, like the fixed sun. and Saturn, Mars, Venus, they was all in a row. And so you couldn't see the actual sun that's moving, the sun that we see now and stuff like that. And so like these Anunnaki supposedly coming from that Saturn realm, energy center or whatnot. And then supposedly because that's how we get like Star Wars. Darth Vader is Saturn, Luke Skywalker is the sun. He the moving sun. He can move around. He can walk. He can light walk across the sky and
because
whatnot.
all of them represent the Anunnaki.
Right, so I feel like it has something to do like when that thing lined back up, because then that's how we get all the Greek mythology is when they talk about the gods were warring and stuff. It's because when those energy center planets started shifting and not being in line no more, now we got our sun and stuff. Those energy centers were like, that electromagnetism was causing a lot of friction, warring in the atmosphere, in the sky, in their, separate little domes and stuff. So that's what they were seeing. The gods were warring in the sky and whatnot. But somehow I think it has something to do with like they missed their time frame, their window, their Stargate, some of them to actually get back to where they came from. So these whole like the Saturn,
that very well could be true.
Mm-hmm. They kind of wait. Some of them, at least, I think, want to get up out of here. But other of them are using that, as a distraction. Like, they don't know that it's just the Stargate opening up. We're gonna say it's Jesus coming back, and they'll be distracted, and we can gather more energy and still stay here. But I do believe it has something to do with those energy centers lining up, and these terraformed domes. Because I don't think we the only place that have been terraformed.
Exactly.
Those domes open up or whatever, they shift, and then things can what's the word? Travel easier. I don't know, from dimension to realm or something like that. I feel like it has something to do with that.
Yeah, because the way that the Wise Up man explained it, and he's not the only one. It's a couple of other people that have talked about it's going to be a huge electromagnetic storm. So he's saying when that dome opens up, it's going to be a huge electromagnetic storm. And that sun, I believe, its technology, it's an electromagnetic plasma magnet. That's a part of the terraforming. I really, really do believe that.
Too, in Greek mythology with the electromagnetic storm, because you had Saturn and you had Jupiter. So when Saturn went back, Jupiter blocked it and stuff. So then you had Zeus and you had who's his daddy? Jupiter or Jupiter and Zeus. So the father got eclipsed by the sun. The sun, Jesus or whatnot, So and then you got the thunderbolts. Zeus got the thunderbolts, the electromagnetism that was happening. It was like they were warring. It was like kind of they kind of symbolized the planets or the energy centers as these, this family war, but also like a literal war, an electromagnetism war, a realm shifting war.
Yep. Yeah. So it's getting ready to be really, really, really interesting. That's why it's very important for you to be grounded in self, because right now they're just tap dancing around the issue. Tap. Oh, do you want to go to Mars? Oh, we're colonizing Mars. So give it a few more years. They're really going to keep getting real strong about things, and you have to be centered enough and be in tune to dig through what's truth and what's not. Okay?
Oh yeah, I wanted to speak on that too, with the whole Richard Branson and him. They said he took an airplane. It wasn't even like a rocket or a spacecraft. He took the airplane to the edge of space. He drove him and his passengers to the edge of space. And so like, I was like in a little group talking about it and all this type of stuff. And like, people were like, where are they going up to? Da, 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 da. And I was like, I was trying to explain. I was like, they literally kind of telling you that they're not going up. They're going across, just like you in a regular airplane. You do get a certain elevation. You do got to get a certain elevation, but at a certain point, you level out and you just go across. You go across and you go out. And so they're not going up to these little balls of energy or space or whatever planets. They're going out to these extra land masses, which I do believe they had called these planets because. And I do believe they're separated, just like we see them in space, and we're talking about them, just like we see them in and when we look at atoms and electrons, they're separated by electromagnetism. They're separated by an electromagnetic field. So we probably couldn't really see them, or we could see them based on the technology that was available during that age. You know, if we living in a technology age and the electromagnetism is such because of, you know, the way that these energy centers are lined up, we're getting like a surge of this type of energy, then yeah, maybe we can see these other rounds. But I don't think it's like these things up in the sky. It's like it's all right here. You just got to keep going out and out and out and out and out.
Exactly. So it's like up, flying up, because you can't keep going up because it's the dome. So you flying up to a certain altitude, and then they're going either this way or that way, whichever the fuck way. They're just going to another territory. That's why when we was talking about the Veda and how the Veda described how the realms are, I'm gonna put my little raggedy drawing back up. You got the territories, so these little circles represent different planets or realms. So once you leave that planet or realm, you just go to another planet or realm. The lines represent the different dimensions. So literally, you can have multiple worlds within one dimension. So now we're getting into the time travel pattern. This is just a recap anyway. So when they're talking about resets, they're resetting one world. If you have multiple worlds within a world in a realm, it's nothing to switch over to another world, or to reset one world, or to reset multiple worlds at a time. It doesn't matter because you still have other worlds within this one realm. Okay? But something is controlling across multiple realms. And that's what the whole Loki Disney Plus series is showing you. It's showing you that the TVA agency, the Time Variance Agency, is controlling the timelines across the different realms. And they're making the determination which worlds or even which total realm to reset. So that's why it's important for you to have your shit together. Because while you sitting up here thinking you done mastered what the fuck they doing on this particular, we're going to use planet as an example, this particular ball, that ain't shit. And they really don't give a fuck. Because they can just jump from one to the next to the next to the next, because they're controlling the entire timeline across multiple realms. And where people are getting stuck, you don't feel, you don't believe, you don't know that you have that ability to travel across those multiple realms. You have the ability to create and shape universes. Because you don't believe that, because you don't know that, you are limiting yourself to this. And what's even sad about limiting yourself just to that You don't even feel that you can control, that you can create, that you can destroy just in this little piece. So no wonder they're able to keep resetting, and you're waking up like in a fog. Like, shit, I know I've been here before. Something ain't right. Something ain't familiar. That's why you have to know thyself. That's why this is graduate school. Where is your dissertation? Not what Brother so-and-so did. Not what Brother Sean did. Not what Sis Sandra did. Not what Rhonda did. Where is your dissertation on what you have been working on during your go-round on this little area? That's why when I said I'm not interested, do not keep coming up on my panel talking about what they did, what they fencing to do. Bring me something back from the other realms. I was saying that because I wanted to know who's putting it in practice. Who's really working on self. I keep telling you all, this is about your soul and not being trapped, not having your energy misused and enslaved and colonized. I'm talking about the colonization of your soul, which means the colonization of your bloodline. And you're only going to get that through your consciousness. So, all right. Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery before we get back into the time travel documentation?
No, I think I'll chill. I'll let us get into the document because
Okay.
I could do that for hours.
Okay, no worries. Damn, and I'm sitting up here. I gotta find it because I done had to reset my computer multiple times. So hold on a second, family. Let me get to it. Should be in here. Time travel.
Not a big topic but a little bit of fuckery just to throw it out there. They just announced that they're gonna be in LA. They're gonna be telling us that we gotta wear a mask again.
I was waiting on it coming, but remember, I told y'all my spidey senses was telling me that sometime in the summer they're going to bring the hoochie coochie back up into play. So try not to make too many big plans from a traveling perspective, because I felt that they were going to bring it back into play. Now, last week we talked about nanobots and all of that. So we're going to get back into that. But before I do that, I need to be back for a quick second. So Brother Sean, go ahead on and do a quick go ahead on with the fuckery. Give me 5 minutes.
That was Brother Scotty that was.
Okay, son Scotty, somebody I'll be back 5 minutes. So keep it going. I'll be back 5 minutes.
Because now they pushing heavy for the Delta variant, the Delta Airlines version.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, that's just more of a fear tactic. If you're healthy and your immune system is how it's supposed to be, there's nothing that you have to worry about. That's why they keep saying anything and everything to get you to take the injection, because that's actually what allegedly and supposedly is going to do the damage. That's where they're giving you the stuff to manipulate your RNA.
You know, Brother Sean, currently AT&T, they had this young man in the bed with tubes up his nose, blood come up in tubes over almost over his head, and he's trying to warn everybody because he had double lung transplant. I said, who does anybody like that when they're doing their double lung transplants? I worked on liver lung transplants and all that kind of stuff at UCLA. They spent a while, but we don't have people's blood where you can see it. Why it's above his head? It should be running, down to make sure that it's not, going back and whatever. But I said, this is just another scare tactic. This dude is 24 years old. I bet he's never taken any supplements or anything to keep himself healthy. I bet he don't even know how to take care of his own behind really well enough, wash his hands and stuff when he goes to the bathroom. So I said, this is another way for them to put it out there in your eye. This is the Delta variant. He's telling you you need to take the hoochie coochie. And I'm like, oh, really? And a lot of people want to see this young man bed in that hospital bed with all this blood running and tubes everywhere. He wasn't in the unit because he didn't even have a respirator on. I said, this is crazy.
Yes.
Crazy.
It's all about the fear tactics. Long as they keep you in the fear, you're vibrating too low to do anything. Period. You keep buying off into what they tell you, giving it energy, let them plant seeds into your head. And then a little later on down the line, they give you another little piece to the puzzle, and that way it's stick in your head. It's like, oh yeah, they did say this a while back, and now this, that, or the other is happening. It's a script. They tell you what they want you to think. They tell you what they want you to feel. They tell you what this stuff is allegedly and supposedly to do to you, so that you already get to telling your body to act out those scenes.
It's just like life itself. They
Yes.
program what time you're gonna die, how your body gonna start doing at a certain age. It's all programming.
Exactly.
Yes, and JBP in the chat says, watch your children, parents, caretakers. Because in that little announcement Biden had made talking about they're gonna be going door to door and stuff, he didn't fuck around and say, and we're gonna slip the V to what do you say, pediatricians. Like, what? You gonna slip it to pediatricians? Like, did you forget this was like a public like announcement? You're not just talking in the back closed room doors. Like, you're gonna slip them to pediatricians. You're gonna slip it to pediatricians to do what?
Hmm. But some of his staff didn't even talk down on that. They was talking about how they feel as though that would cause social upheaval, and people just ain't going for it. So they know better than to try that door to door shit. That's just all part of the fear tactics and them showing you what they initially had planned.
They still have a plan.
But no, they don't. If all those people are allegedly and supposedly taken care of, like the Patriots keep saying, they keep putting out all these lists, all these people, this, that, and the other, everything that's happening at Gitmo, they flooding all these domes, this, that, and the other. Everything is happening around the world simultaneously. You got these people wearing these masks, you got these actors pretending to be these people. So if you got people pretending to be them, what real power or authority do they have other than the bullshit they tell you in the news, other than the programming and the dumbasses that they get to go out there and protest and tear up their own fucking communities? That's their power, the dumbasses. They have no real power. If they don't get dumbasses to go out here and do shit, nothing happens, let's say that they are still the actual people. If they don't have nobody to do nothing, ain't neither one of them gonna come tell you to do shit.
He funded the
You
police.
think Biden or Harris gonna come knock on your door? They goddamn selves personally talking about giving you a injection. No, ain't none of them coming
A little
because they
sense
not
of
gonna be able to
popping
make it that far. Right. All they trying to do is they ramping it up to scare people into voluntarily getting the vaccine. They can't make it mandatory. They don't have the authority.
No, they don't.
If he's not in control of the military because he's quote unquote not the real president, who he gonna make do all this stuff? Who he gonna make go door to door? The military already said they ain't fucking with him. He done turned on the police. He trying to defund all the police departments, so they ain't about to help him. You just got to look through the bullshit and see that they just trying to scare you and keep all this bullshit on your mind so that you're not manifesting what you're supposed to be manifesting.
Exactly.
You're still thinking about them and their bullshit and still giving their bullshit energy for them to try and bring this bullshit online.
I agree. I agree.
We just need to get rid of all their shit. They're leave no remnants or nothing. Not a seed, not nothing. A hair,
Exactly.
nothing. A DNA strand, nothing. We can't leave anything of there here. Period. It all gotta go.
Yep.
I digress.
Indeed. Indeed. And if you happy with the system or you want to be on top, you're gonna go with them. But it's all gotta go. There's no new deals. We're not interested. We're not consenting. End of story. Okay. So this is a US patent application. There's the patent number. This is the publishing date. Practical time machine using dynamic, efficient, virtual, and real robots. And Brother Sean sent me something, and I can't read it because of censorship. But the first thing out of the article, the first sentence, what did they say was in the hoochie coochie, Brother Sean?
Nanotechnology.
Okay.
Operating systems.
I think that's what I said was in the hoochie coochie.
Yeah.
I think I told you what the purpose of the hoochie coochie was. Directly linked to what dude is laying out in this document. I'm sorry, go ahead, son Scotty.
Oh no, that had just reminded me. I had saw this this little clip from a cartoon on Hulu. I can't remember the name of it. I'm gonna look for it. But anyway, they mentioned nano. It was like aliens and different races and stuff. But this one race was like harvesting another race by using nanobot technology. Basically, it was like, yeah, and they just broke it down. It's like, yeah, it's just little computers through the bloodstream, and basically we can just do whatever we want with them.
They had that out. They gave me a warning a long time ago.
In the cartoon?
In the cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
Make it easy for you so you can accept it.
The cartoons show it all.
Yeah, the cartoons do be hitting hard.
Movies. The cartoons go way. The cartoons take it further than the movies.
Yeah, the cartoons really do. But I'm just tripping that they pretty much said in the Again, this is why it's important to know thyself. You're supposed to be picking up this information, and then when you see stuff, it's just a confirmation what you didn't already picked up. because none of this is really a secret. You have access to everything that is going on. You don't even have to wait for them to tell you. You can pick it up from the realm. And all you have to do is sit back and wait. And you're going to get the physical confirmation of what you done picked up in the realm.
Okay, y'all. I found what the name of the show is, the cartoon. And I was just like, oh, of course. It's called Solar Opposites.
For Hulu.
Yeah.
Let me write that down because I'll be the main one. Like, what he say? Let me put that on my list.
And it's just a little cartoon, but it's about this alien race that come here and they try to be regular and blend in. But they just like are just doing their own little alien thing. Even the kids and stuff. It's like
Child.
Ain't that what all the alien shows be about usually, that they trying to fit in, especially the quote unquote so-called friendly ones? They try and fit in, move into the neighborhood, try and act like they everybody, regular people. And,
right.
And don't they keep telling us that they star seeds and like children, this, that, or the other are here having a quote unquote human experience and forgot who they are and got trapped in the cycle. So, I mean, that's them admitting that some motherfuckers that don't belong here. They came here and they got trapped.
Right.
So, to me, this wasn't originally a goddamn prison planet for us. These other dumb motherfuckers and these colonizers and this came here and it wound up becoming
a prison planet. Agreed.
Thus colonization. They call it being colonized.
Exactly.
On colonized space. I'm like, okay.
Exactly. Because I believe with this particular, what they're calling shift, it's on a galactic level.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, oh my God.
What?
I'm sorry. No, because I was like still doing research on this show because I was like, I had to remember it because I was about to tell you, I think it's a little raunchy. So, just to let you know, be like, oh, what Curtis then told me, Scotty told me about this. But I'm just reading the little synopsis. So let me just read the little last part.
Okay.
So it's these alien family that come down here and it says their mission, protect the pupa, a living supercomputer that will one day evolve into its true form, consume them, and terraform the earth.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And we done spent how many motherfucking shows talking about terraforming?
Mm-hmm. And AI.
And AI.
Right. The living supercomputer.
But the Arcturian Council even said something about that. They said about how people walking around with their face down in the phone all the time, they're not paying attention to anything, that they're ripe to be taken over by AI.
Mm-hmm. Ripe for the picking.
Dense nano.
Yeah, but that's all part of the AI technology.
I know.
They knew to start off small. Just like how everything started off small with the atom, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly.
They started small. It's the small things that can control big bodies. Like how you see on Men in Black. You see a little bitty alien inside the face of
a big old thing. Yep.
Right. To them, it's just technology.
Right.
Except
exactly.
we have a soul in this technology, and they can put their actual physical body or download their consciousness into that technology.
Indeed. Indeed. Which remembering them one of the men in black. I'm kind of scratching thinking about it. Remember when I said roaches got to get the fuck up out of here?
Right.
And wasn't in one of those. The
Yeah,
roaches wasn't indigenous to the planet.
yeah, that was the first one.
Okay. Yeah, y'all out of here too.
Hey y'all, I got a question from Princess Asia over here, because we were having a debate about, spending too much time in your technology. And when Uncle Sean said something about, your rights being taken away while your head is stuck down in your phone. Oh, wow. Okay, I get it. She said she didn't understand. And so she said, how does artificial intelligence have anything to do with your rights being taken away? So, Brother Sean, did you want to clarify that?
Sure, why not?
Okay, go ahead on. Somebody at my doorbell. Let me go ahead, y'all.
She listening.
If AI is doing all the thinking for you, if it's telling you what to do and how to do it, how is that exercising your right as a creator? Is that not taking away your right to think for yourself?
It is.
That's
It
it.
is.
You as a
All right.
creator, you're capable of bringing into existence what you want to bring into existence, not what somebody or something else tells you to give your divine energy into in order to bring their reality into fruition. Your energy is for you to create what you want.
Okay.
Okay.
You get it? Yep. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Sean.
You're welcome.
I'm put myself back on mute.
It's just like those Google searches. It's just like what's that? Alexa. You know, you just turn everything over to them to run everything that you should be running.
Mm-hmm. Because I remember back in the day when you couldn't just look up information. At one time, you could call the library, and the woman or whoever would actually go get the book and look into it and give you the information, or you would have to go to the library yourself. I remember when you had to dial the operator and have the operator connect the call. You couldn't just directly call anybody. And then also the thing with TV, as we know, it used to go off at a certain hour. It was only on for so many hours. It was only like 2 or 3 channels. And it went off at a certain time at night. It didn't stay on all night. Back then, you didn't have businesses that were open 24 hours. Every fucking thing actually closed down at nighttime and motherfuckers went to sleep. But the thing is, they don't want you sleeping at the time when your body produces the most serotonin and melatonin, this, that, and the other. They don't want you being at your best. So they come up with all this false light for the nightlife, give you jobs and stuff to do all throughout the night during the times when you should be recharging, to embark upon a new endeavor the next day. Every new day is a different opportunity to create something else within and out of time. They're the ones that tell us that we go through these same hours, through these same 7 days a week. That's why we're confined to doing things within those parameters, because we don't realize that we can go beyond any of that. Time and everything is part of the system. If we are eternal beings, can't be created or destroyed, then time is an agreed upon construct. It's something that was created, whether it was for our benefit or not, remains to be seen. Right now, it seems like time is always against us because we're always in a hurry to do something. Well, I got to be here at this time. I got to do this at that time. The children got to be here at this time. This, that, or the other. Everything is around fucking time. And if we're eternal, and they only have certain times that they can do things in order to keep us trapped, in order to be able to feed off of us, then we have to break that time cycle. That's breaking one of the holds they have on us. We keep letting them determine everything that we do. Everything. They even admitted that they gave us spirituality.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to deny it because most of the so-called conscious or spiritual people are calling out all of their names. They're praying to those energies. They're calling upon those energies.
Yeah, that's true.
You're not calling upon your ancestors if you haven't done the internal work to know who your ancestors were or to know who you were during these particular times that seem to resonate with you. But what you're doing is swapping positions. You still trying to claim that bloodline that was conquering and colonizing your people, your ancestors, and you as an ancestor. Same people, same beings. That's why the energy feels so familiar. That's why so many people are able to be fooled by this religion and everything because they fooled you in the past with it. Whether you was calling yourself a Mayan or whatever at that time, they had you if you was praying to a sky daddy. They had you if you was going against mama. So they didn't have us for a long time. If you're an old soul, they didn't have you for a long time. They admit it's new souls here. But those quote unquote new souls, they admit that they're coming here from other realms because all the terraforming and all the shit that they've been doing, getting us to lock in on certain frequencies, we're permitting these new souls to come in here and take our shit. They're not coming down here saying, oh, we're aliens and we here to help instead of the other. They're coming down to assume and steal identities, take land and resources. It's what they've been doing forever. I don't care what story you read. It's the same story. I don't care which religious books you look into. I don't care which spiritual books you look into, whether you're talking about esoteric or whatever. The story is the same. Period. And I don't care who you calling on. Oshun, Obatala, whoever. Quetzalcoatl, whoever. There's nothing but aliens on the fucking murals. There's nothing but fucking aliens in the pyramids and whatnot. Unless you're talking about the little bitty motherfuckers that they have in their way with. But I digress.
Indeed, indeed.
All right. All right.
Okay, so we ready to get into it? All right.
Let's do it.
Do it, yeah.
Let's do it. All right. Okay. Okay, so again, as you all can see, this is from the United States Patent Application. This is when it was published. Here is the publication / patent number. Practical time machine using dynamic efficiency virtual and real robots. Here's dude. That's the inventor. All right, so we're gonna just read over the abstract. Ciao. Let me go. A method for time travel which allows an object or a group of objects to travel into the past or the future, as well as a method to cut objects from the past or future and paste them to the current environment. So this right here just verified once again that time is not what they tell you it is. It is not linear, past, present, future. It's all simultaneously, just different frequencies. Okay, so when Brother Sean was talking about the construct of time was given to us, he is... Okay, sorry about that. I got dropped. Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
I got dropped. All right, so the present invention called the practical time machine requires teams of super intelligent robots that work together in the virtual world and the real world to generate a perfect timeline of planet Earth. The timeline of Earth records all objects, events, and actions every fraction of a nanosecond for the past or the future. A time traveler will set a time travel date. The time traveler can be one object or a group of objects. Next, atom manipulators are scattered throughout the Earth to change objects in our current environment based on the timeline and incrementally change the current environment until the time travel date. Okay, so last week I made the statement of this is where the whole concept of the Mandela effect comes into play. That's what we were really witnessing them doing, where we notice, certain portion of us, notice events or little small things that changed in the realm. And we're like, I know that did not happen that way. I know that did not look that way. And then you had other folks that was like, what are you talking about? It's always been that way. No, it wasn't. So this lines up perfectly with the Mandela effect. Each atom manipulator... I'm sorry, go ahead. son Scotty?
Oh no, I was just saying real quick. Them time variant agents came in and they was like, reset the timeline.
Right. Now, when they come in and reset, they totally destroy. They totally destroy. And in Loki, they even show you down to the device on how they're resetting. And I haven't seen the episode from this week because I get caught up on my stuff on the weekend, y'all. But last week's episode, baby, the realm they put them in and what Loki and them had to do, they broke out and opened something up. So this is going to be interesting to see what they did this week. All right. So each atom manipulator is intelligent and manipulates the current environment as well as generating ghost machines to manipulate the current environment. Also, components of the practical time machine can be used to create technology for the purpose of building cars, planes, and rockets that travel at the speed of light, building intelligent weapons, creating physical objects from thin air, using a chamber to manipulate objects, building force fields, making objects invisible, building super powerful lasers, building anti-gravity machines, creating strong metals and alloys, creating the smallest computer chips, collecting energy without any solar panels or wind turbines, making physical DNA, manipulating existing DNA,
Right now.
making single-cell organisms, controlling the software and hardware of computers and servers without an internet connection, and manipulating any object in the world. That's a pretty heavy thing of what they're saying is a part of this patent. That's pretty deep. And this, to me, proves that they've been doing this a hell of a long time. This ain't new.
Yeah, and they even trying to patent it. There was a court case where it was overturned, where the manufacturer can actually own or get a patent to something if he's able to alter the DNA.
Damn.
Yeah, and you become their property.
So that means everybody that took it, once their RNA DNA is modified by it, they're officially property. They're
Yeah.
patented property.
Just like marking dogs.
Same thing with that paperwork when they think they're gonna be a citizen. but you
Exactly.
really a
See, we literally read each other in the ethers, because that was my next statement. Ain't that the upgraded version of the paperwork?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Isn't that the modified version of the BC?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
they gave the consent to do it by going there and getting that stuff.
They need your consent. Other than that, it would have been
It's all,
mandatory.
exactly. It's all by consent. Because like we've been saying, and they're even admitting, and saying that the poles are shifting, although we've been telling you all that for years, that we're going into a different age, which is really just a different frequency, a higher frequency. They have to have your consent. Which particular program you're going to sign up for. They have to have your consent.
Mhm.
That's why they not going to force the hoochie coochie on anybody. Why you think they begging and pleading, throwing money at it, throwing weed? Now, you know that's a damn shame. And anytime they gonna throw the chronic at a person,
Yeah, but what about the hunting rifles?
Child.
They got
They
hunting
was
rifles.
they was offering hunting rifles to the rednecks.
Oh yeah, in West Virginia.
Yeah, you know they ain't offering niggas no hunting rifles.
No, they offering them the chronic.
Right.
I'm like,
Niggas
really,
gonna
bruh?
be getting high.
So
while the
how much you
hillbillies got
offering?
rifles.
Because it can't
Right.
be no couple of joints.
And you know they ain't talking about no pounds.
Right. Right.
They gonna give a nigga an eighth to take the get the heebie-jeebies.
That's why I was like, y'all lying on them people. They offering the chronic.
No, they are.
Yeah.
I really don't want to be bothered.
And they
50,000.
probably ain't even giving you the good shit either.
No,
You
they
only
not.
get to choose what you want.
Tainted ass shit.
They got some of that old Mexican dirt weed with the seeds in it.
It's definitely some Reggie, some mid, some stress.
The niggas rushing it too.
Yeah, and now you know they're rushing to legalize at the Fed level. Y'all do realize that, right?
Shouldn't have never been illegal.
It never should have been illegal. But I said that they were going to get to that point. So don't think by one bit that you think people going to be so dazed up from the chronic that they going to let their guards, oh, I take the hoochie coochie. No. Pretty much those that want to take it, to me, they have already taken it. You know what I'm saying? But they working overtime to try to get people. So that tells me it's by consent.
Mm-hmm.
Because even the governor of Ohio, didn't he tell the schools that you can't mandate for somebody to have that?
Exactly.
It's like, so you might as well go and sit on down somewhere. So that's proving this is huge. You have to give your consent. All right?
Mm-hmm.
So we let's just give a quick synopsis of what they was talking about up in here. So they're telling you this is the real world. These are the little worker, these are the worker robots. Okay. This is the quote, quote, human that's supposedly telling this robot what they want from the virtual world. This robot is supposedly building the virtual world. And these particular robots, they take the orders. So they pull the orders from the virtual world to bring it back to the real world, okay? So we just gonna keep going down. Because they dropped a lot of heavy stuff in here. And if this is your first time, you're gonna have to go back a couple shows because we break all of this down. So I'm trying to get to the little section where we left off. But damn, Brother Sean pointed out what they were collecting when we got to what's the data inputs that sorry, I don't mean to make you dizzy with this all is scrolling. The data inputs that the nanobots / worker robots are capturing. The 5 senses. So what's that? Taste, smell, touch,
Hearing and sight.
hearing, and sight.
Taste.
Yeah. Do y'all get how deep that is? That's the data that the nanobots are collecting? That's deep.
So you know what? Basically,
Same thing with the
it'll control you to do anything they want you to do. All they have to do is
I was going.
program
Go
them
ahead.
in. And people don't
And they
understand.
run cross reference.
What you say, Scotty?
I was just saying, and they do cross referencing with this. So they got the the actual robots, nanos in there collecting your data and stuff. But then like with these apps, I told y'all about TikTok, they collecting the biometric data and stuff, so that they can create the AIs or upload it to something. So they got the real genetic. Then they got the virtual world material, all your little TikTok dances, the scanning your body, seeing how you move, all this type of stuff, So next thing you know, when you see little robot, little Asian, little niggas around, you be like, what the hell is going on? Yeah. You consented to all that
Exactly.
data
With your specific swag. Exactly.
Yeah.
So they're literally collecting data from your 5 senses, bringing it back to the virtual world. And then what they say all the way down before, sorry, y'all. So at the human physical level, all the way down to the molecule level, all the way down to the atom level. So then they so cold with it that they're creating different test cases. Let's get down to that. When we talked about the test cases last week. Okay, this is equivalent. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going to get to the test cases, I promise. This is equivalent to the diagram that I drew on the fly. We hadn't even got to this point. My little raggedy diagram that I put up. And I was explaining to you what the Vedas said that the realm looked like across the different dimensions. Now, the Vedas diagram wasn't like this. Just on how it was explained to me, this is what popped in my motherfucking head. And I drew it out, and then we get to this, and here it is. So what they're saying here is that the nanobots / robots can carve out an area, the targeted area, and they can change that particular environment in the target area. They don't have to even change the whole shebang. This is what they're telling you here. What I'm telling you how deep this is, and if you're up on Disney Plus Loki, what this is saying is, this is one realm, this is another realm, this is another realm, this is another realm, this is another realm. In our realm, we have either 7 of these or we have either 9 of these. So within one of these particular realms, let's say this one realm right here, you have a world within a world, within a world, within a world, within a world, within a world. So when we talk about the particular resets, they're just resetting this one realm. They could just move to this realm, etc., etc., etc. That's what we're talking about. What we are saying and what Loki is showing you, they have colonized across all of these. They are controlling the timelines across all of these. They are monitoring for any variant outside of what the script is. So that's what we're saying. So when I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
No, I was just agreeing with you.
So when I talk about this is graduate school, I'm saying that because you're supposed to be looking at the entire picture. You're supposed to be looking at all of this. You're supposed to be even entering, understanding this is not the only one. There's another one like that's built up similar like this. So if you're just stuck here, shit, I can't even say that's kindergarten level at this point. I think that's preschool level. If you're trying to control the board just in this little fascist, this little circle, you think they give a fuck about that? All right.
Hey, sis.
Mm-hmm.
You ever notice when you fly out west, like to Nevada, that they got a lot of patches that are like perfect squares, but different colors, and then got circles, and then circles in the squares out in the middle of the desert?
Mm-hmm.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I have a bunch of pictures.
I mean, and every now and then you will see one building sitting right in the middle of it, out in the middle of no goddamn where.
Mm-hmm. It screams reset area to me.
Mm-hmm. Or it just proof of all the terraforming they done over there. That's what we got all that desert land and shit.
Absolutely. To me, the deserts totally represents terraforming / scalar plasmic wars.
Because you can see bodies of water out there in the canyons, this, that, or the other. And there's still no fucking greenery. You got all that fucking water, and there's no greenery.
Because it is a quarry.
Exactly.
Y'all know what the quarry is when they're excavating limestone and countertops, y'all, granite and all of that. When they're excavating in them big machines, and you're like, yeah, don't they need water to cool off the machines?
Yep.
But where are they getting the water from? Is my question. Because they just be big old, it looks like lakes. It's like, where the heck did this lake come from?
Because don't they have technology to make it rain?
Yeah, and they have underground tables too.
But also they diverted rivers.
They diverted rivers.
And all type of stuff, dammed up stuff.
Exactly. They can
stuff.
tap into the ground to have water come up. Or they can simply roll in their cloud machine, create clouds, have it rain. Mm-hmm. But yeah, those canyons, that is the remnants of a quarry.
Yeah, like the Grand Canyons, it's flooded right now, isn't it? I think it's flooded right now.
Yeah, the Grand Canyon is a quarry.
I mean, it's flooded too.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just pointing out that it's a quarry.
They got Arizona full of water.
Just go look at the Grand Canyon. Go study it. You will see the excavation lines on it. Right. Look out across the deserts. You're going to see what they're calling mountains. Just pay attention. Use this eye. You're going to see the ridges. You can tell they were trees. Some of them were either broken off. That's why they're like rigid like this. Or some of them, it can't get no cleaner than it being straight across like that, like a tree that's been cut. All across the planet, terraform happened.
The mud fossil University. He used to go off into a lot of that stuff, and especially about the giants, this, that, or the other, and how crystals and gold and stuff is from their bodies and everything, because they got caught up in these resets and everything
One of the
too.
resets. Yep.
Yeah, just like they became petrified, just like the trees and everything. They became part of the landscape and everything too. It wasn't that somebody set up and carved these big ass statues out of mountains and this, that, or the other. And just like your guy Wise Up, he was
He
saying that
sure
those
did.
Olmec statues were actually actual goddamn giants.
Yeah, he sure did.
They weren't carvings, they were giants. And I mean, if you look at the features and everything, ain't nobody carved that. And you could tell that they were all standing there watching while whatever was happening happened. Got the so called dinosaurs, everything, all at one time.
And it was interesting because
You know,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Scotty.
oh no, because I was just like that made me think of something I was thinking of earlier. That like I feel like some of these places, these geographical places, are like actual portals, like realms to these other energy centers, realms, worlds, or something. Like literally, like you, like whatever. You're in California, Las Vegas, Arizona. Physically, yeah, you're here, but like on this land, it's because it's a portal and it's in like kind of like the how the Bermuda Triangle is. You're
Right.
literally like in another realm, because I always thought like how they always say it was like red Earth on Mars, and then how like in Atlanta and Georgia, and like the red hills of Georgia and the land there, and like supposedly Atlantis was there, and like it's supposedly sunk or whatever, blah blah blah, or like could it still be there and just like it's like in a magnetic kind of electromagnetic kind of like cloak type of thing? Because I'm like, why? And then like the actual planet realm center is partly here too as well. Like they share a connection there because it's a portal to this other energy center, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and it's interesting. I think Floorburn was the first person that I heard say that she felt Arizona was a different dimension.
Mm.
California, we talked about Cali. We always talking about Cali because it's something about Cali because it used to be set off as a separate island.
Yeah.
Cali still has the remnants of the ancient trees.
Sequoia.
Right, the sequoias. Perfect example. It ain't like we making the ancient tree stuff up. Cali really still has them. But yeah, I totally agree. But the important part, we also have to remember that the ancient trees, they were all connected together. So you had the ancient trees connected, and then connected to the ancient trees, you had all of what they're calling the minerals or the crystals and stuff. They were connected to the trees as well. Them ancient trees were the ley lines.
Underground.
Those ancient trees help set the frequency of the realm. So the entire atmosphere was totally, totally different when those ancient trees existed. So if giants walked the earth, which is a lot of evidence that they did walk the earth, is it the more oxygen you have, the more that you grow? So if the trees were huge and big, that would lead me to believe, I'm just using deductive reasoning, that you had bigger indigenous beings as well. And as the excavation and the terraforming started to happen, and catastrophes were brought on, and who knows, when the excavation started to happen, breaking up Mother Earth's natural ley lines, that could have very well caused a lot of catastrophes and wiped out the giants and all of that jazz.
Probably when the dome was put up there too, they cut down the oxygen.
They would have had, the dome would have had to be put up.
Yeah.
If those ancient trees are as huge as they say they were, and we know they were huge because all we could do, we could look at the stumps.
They had to cut them off so they could put the dome over.
Exact. Bingo. Let me give you your bomb. Can you say that again?
They had to cut off the trees so they can put the dome over.
Exactly.
And you know, so when they put the dome over, the need for oxygen was cut. I mean, the oxygen was cut down, and so the giants couldn't survive. You know, like the Olmecs and
exactly. Like there wasn't enough oxygen for them.
They would have been a big challenge for them, Anunnaki and all them aliens that came here, because they would be pretty much the same height, and they wouldn't be prey like the smaller people like ourselves.
I always think of that book they had us read in Gulliver's Tales, Travels, or whatever.
I remember that.
The big ass giant, they had it all like roped down on the ground or something.
Yeah, they all the little bitties, the little puts.
Right.
Tied down.
Right. But yeah, Sis Sandra knocked it out the park. Yeah. When I sat and thought about that, I'm like, wait a minute. So when them ancient trees got cut, that's when that dome was put over. So go look at them desert landscapes, or look at any time you see a mountain, you're supposed to be looking closely. And you can tell whether or not it was a tree. And it really will make you sad. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
And then people got to think about some of these underground tunnels that they give everything credit for, other than thinking about the root systems. If you got giant trees, think how deep and far down the root systems went. And if the trees and the giants are what comprises of our so-called mountains and whatnot, that means until things got fossilized, we didn't have rocks or concrete or anything like that to build with. We didn't live in these types of structures, even though the mud communities show that this type of housing or whatever has been around for a long time. But all that's during occupation.
Absolutely.
What were we doing before occupation? If we had a good relationship with every being on the planet, whether we're talking about animals, insects, trees, plants, whatever, that means we existed in a way where we didn't infringe upon any other life.
Exactly.
We didn't have to take the life of another being or consume its energy directly in that way. Oh, that's part of the fall.
Exactly.
If trees exist for sunlight and water, and those are our brothers and sisters, at one point we did that as light beings, as pure energy. We don't need anything unless we're in this form, in this third density.
Right.
People seem to confuse density and dimensions. When they're referring to the beings, they say third, fourth, fifth, sixth, etc. density being. But where they're from, the frequencies in which they exist in are called the dimensions.
Can you say that again so people can enter and understand that? Because that was deep. Because I know I read it on Facebook and I was busy and my nerves was bad. So I didn't catch it. So I know you're going to have to re-say that again.
Density pertains to the physical matter and frequency of the being. Dimensions are talking about the environment, the frequency of the environment in which you're in.
See what they're saying here?
That's why they're trying to get us to come to certain frequencies or dimensions for us to manifest there, for them to be able to feed off of you at home. That way they don't have to come here and keep going through all this resistance. They can have a big enough food source at home because they know that the gig is up here.
Exactly.
Unless they get enough people to go along with it. But other than that, for those of you who want to go visit these places, go ahead. What did they do to you at home? At your own home? How did they treat you? So what you think they gonna do to you once they get you someplace else?
Re-beat you up.
I mean, that's like how some of these sisters need to rethink certain things.
Mm-hmm.
How they sit up and marry one of these immigrants over here, and they treat them all nice while they're here, and then they trick them into going back to their homeland where women don't have rights and don't nobody hear from you no more.
Exactly. Or if you want to leave, you can't take your babies.
All because of what you choose.
Yep.
But I digress.
No, very good point. Very good drop. Let me yeah, very good drop. Very well explained. Very well explained. Okay.
I wanted to add in something real quick on the terraform.
Sure, Nisi.
I guess it's kind of going, back towards the topic that we was talking about. My husband had mentioned something, and I'm about to try to regurgitate what he said. I'm so horrible at that. But he was we were going past the Hoover Dam, and he was saying something about when they built that dam, it slowed the rotation of the earth. Right? Is that it diverted so much water that it actually slowed the planet from, I guess, moving. I don't know. Did I say it right? Can you say it? Because I sound stupid saying it.
When they completed the Hoover Dam, so much water got diverted, it slowed the rotation of the earth by like some milliseconds. Like over time, we actually losing time because they put the Hoover Dam.
So, have y'all ever heard that?
So controlling the frequency, basically, via terraforming.
Right. So all of these dams that they've put up over time, I know there's another major one up in New York That could also be another form of terraforming, with these dams. But that's all I wanted to
All
say.
over the United States. They
Absolutely.
done chopped it up into so many little rivers and stuff. They done, and instead of like it to spin, I think it got something to do with the toroidal belt, like that frequency.
Yeah.
It's like the energy flow of it all. It's like tapping into like the electromagnetic
Right.
vibration of Mama.
Right, because water is the best conductor of energy. So absolutely, it makes perfect sense to me.
It's like diverting your bloodstream.
Mm.
It's like diverting the blood in one of your major arteries.
Damn.
Because your blood is mainly water.
Now, where is Hoover Dam located? Isn't that in Nevada?
Yep.
No, it's not in Nevada. It's close to Nevada though. It's what's that state over?
Arizona.
I think it's
Arizona. Yeah.
Yeah, because when we were crossing from Arizona, it's right there at I think that water actually comes down from the Colorado River. And then it feeds Lake Mead. It feeds a lot of those lakes.
So it appears.
But that's the reason why Lake Mead drying up, because they had to flood the Hoover Dam, and I think they've shut it down because of the underground base that's there. They were flooding the base. That's why they got the water restrictions going on, because they've been using so much water to flood these underground bases.
And I think this brother just really hit on it, because when I said earlier that some folks are saying, and shout out to Floor Burner, she was the first person that I heard talk about Arizona being a different dimension or whatever. That would make sense if that's a major energy field or a major ley line, that they would use a dam, a water, to control that major energy center there. Or as Brother Scotty's saying, instead of us thinking about controlling the spinning of the earth, think about the toroidal field, the magnetic field. That's what they've been doing. So if they're messing around with the flow of the dam right now, that's because the shift in Mother Earth's toroidal field, i.e. her frequencies rising. Oh.
But then you also got to look at it from the aspect of a 3-hour time differential between the East Coast and West Coast.
Right. Why would they do that?
They're different dimensions. They don't exist within the same realm.
And I would literally feel it like because I was like, go to college in LA, and then I'm living in Atlanta, then I got family in Baltimore, and I'm going all back and forth. I'm like, oh my God. Like, I definitely was feeling like, wow, yeah.
It's different. Yeah. When I would go travel from Atlanta to California, it's like, it's so totally, you're absolutely right. It's totally different. And I remember my mom went from Atlanta to California, and then her and her cousin, they went to Vegas. Baby, when she came back to Atlanta, her motherfucking hair was standing up like Woody Woodpecker. I said, what the hell what the hell is wrong with your hair? She said, I don't know what happened. No matter what I tried to do, when I was in Vegas, this is all I could get out of it. I was rolling. So yeah, it's definitely something in the toroidal field between those areas. But if you think about it, aren't those areas the same area where we see a lot of the desert land and a lot of the canyons and all of that? That's because of where I believe a big galactic war happened, And probably it was over that particular area, that ley line or that toroidal field.
Hey, sis,
Mm-hmm.
I wonder at what point does the time differential come in at exactly where, what state, whatever, that you actually take that 3 hour shift? Is that point where that shift happens?
I don't know,
Is that the
Nisiku.
open?
Where
I'm just wondering if that's the opening, if that's some type of portal or whatever, because when you're on the plane, you can't have the time on your phone and this, that, other. It fucks with the time. It won't let the time shift
right.
until after you've landed. So you never get to see exactly at what point it happens at.
Yep, it's right
See, now,
there.
this makes me
It's the
think
shift
about
when
this.
you hit. Oh, I apologize. I was gonna say I'm looking at the time zone map,
Mm-hmm.
and that's exactly the point right there where the Hoover Dam is, where it shifts from Mountain Time to Pacific Time, and then
Baby,
not even but miles away from the Hoover Dam is the just a few miles away is the Grand Canyon.
let me
So yeah,
give Mr. Christopher his explosion. I think he just summed that up.
getting an explosion, baby.
That's deep. That's what it is. It
Yep,
makes
right there.
perfect sense. Wow.
But then I was also going to add, you literally brought in what I was going to say about that, looking at the time zone maps, because I work in like telecom, like international. So I be looking at the map because I got to know when, like what time zone I'm calling. And I was like looking at it one day, I'm like, literally all of this, well, time we know is a construct, but literally is a spell across the whole realm, the whole longitude and latitude and these different time zones and stuff. Like it's literally like they put big ass sigil spell across the realm that we just consented to. This is what it is. We decided that you go this far and now you're 5 hours ahead. You go this far, now it's tomorrow. You go this far, it's yesterday. Like
because
what?
it's a frequency.
Ooh,
It's a
and
frequency.
to put icing on that cake, it says on this map, Mountain Time Zone in Arizona, they do not observe daylight savings time.
They sure don't. I forgot about that. Yeah, because it's a frequency, family. So the war was when they came here warring and started cutting down these trees. They were getting control over the different ley lines or the frequencies. And then they put the dome across the entire thing and then set their technology in place on the particular ley lines to set the frequency. And that's no different than that Hoover Dam. It was to set that particular frequency. So that's what the wars were about. Them ancient wars. It was to get control of the natural organic grid lines or ley lines, which controls the frequency. Because if you control the frequency, you control not only the planet, you control the people. So that's why they all scared about the dome cracking open and all of this jazz. Because the breaking of that dome shatters that matrix. So they cut down the trees. They put the dome over it. The clock is the sun. The clock is the sun. And they gave us the construct of this is how you're going to calculate time with the sun. That
Hey,
sun
sis,
is a piece of technology. Yes.
that remind me of dude's videos about the mounds being domes. If you look at some of them when he was showing the aerial view, it was constructed like the flat earth, the ring inside the ring inside the ring. And then with the dome on top of it. I mean, they was basically showing it to us
Yeah,
in those old structures that they covered up,
exactly. And
or
remember,
that the mud
I'm sorry, go
floods,
ahead. I didn't mean to
or
break
that
you.
the mud floods covered up because he showed that they were originally constructed from wood. The joists and the beams and everything were wood, but because they were petrified from the mud floods, everybody thinking that they're brick or whatever.
Right.
So obviously, they were building those domes and those other structures that they were building from the giant trees. During that whole terraforming, not only were they cutting down the trees, but they were building.
Right. Okay. So what you're saying is when they were building those domes and a lot of those other structures, they were using the ancient trees.
Yeah,
Yeah, they had to be. They're just like, houses today. Don't they use trees as the main structure?
yeah, and they go for the oldest trees.
Exactly.
I
And
mean, they've
then
been doing the same thing forever.
forever. And then he also said, which child, that just really like, even what they're calling coal today, which is why I
Yeah,
know there's not an unlimited source of coal. I know they lying through their teeth. That's
petrified trees.
that's petrified ancient trees. I sat there. I said, "Shut the front door." He's right. So when they're talking about these coal mines, they're excavating petrified ancient trees. I was like, "Wow." So yeah,
You know,
absolutely. Sis Sandra, you back in?
yeah.
Okay.
They fake travel. You know that, don't you?
What do you
The
mean by
plane
fake travel?
they travel instead of going straight across from, like, say, from Europe, from the East Coast to Europe, they go backwards and pretend like they're traveling all the time to get you to where you're going. If you're going to go into Europe, they add all that extra time. They don't go straight.
Yes.
Certain areas they don't want to fly over because you see stuff you ain't supposed to
Supposed to
see.
see. Exactly.
They fake the time.
Yeah, because I was wondering when I had went to Ghana when I was in high school. We went from the U.S. to the U.K. to London, and then we went to Ghana. That's how the flight went. I was like, why do we go there up here then over here down? I don't know.
16
Yeah.
hours,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
16 hours for a 2 hour trip.
Right. And I don't know if y'all remember when I showed the part in Alaska when they were saying look just like quote quote Mars, and they said it took them 16 hours or however many hours. It was a ridiculous amount of hours to get there. And we pulled up the map, and I'm like, how did it take? And they was coming from Canada. I'm like, how did it take you? However, it was an exorbitant amount of hours, y'all. That long to get from there to there. Yeah, because they're hiding stuff.
Yep.
And you know what? You made me think of something. If you was saying like the sun, they started using it as a piece of like astrological like time constructing type thing, like because then that takes me back to when it was like the talk when like Saturn was the fixed sun and it was blocking out the sun that we have now. Even when it was moving, it was blocking it out. And so like it was like a constant like shine. So like there wasn't no like, oh, the sun down and up and down and up to like construct the idea of what like a time was based on this little thing that was like moving around. And so like I just feel like during that time there was a less concept of what time was because it wasn't this thing that was like shining and then not shining on parts of the realm.
Yeah, that's why I said that the sun is a plasma technology that's put there to help the magnet of the dome to rotate. It's a clock.
Right.
It's
yeah,
a
like
clock.
A pendulum.
Yes, but instead of doing this, it does this. And so basically what it does, Mama Earth has a natural ether toroidal field. She naturally has it. You got the dome over it, and you got this plasma magnet that's turning it like that. That's controlling the frequency, y'all. So when that dome leaves, it's no telling what we're going to see. You're not going to see what you see now, I could tell you that. What you seeing up in the sky now, that whole blue, all of that's terraforming. The sun is a part of that terraforming. It's a clock. All right.
Because if we had a sun before this sun and these artificial suns, when they caused Nibiru to crash into Mama and knock her off course, that knocked us out the trajectory of our original suns. They admit that's what happened, that Nibiru crashed into Mama.
That's what they say.
So to me, while all these people screaming for Nibiru, happy about Nibiru, that's like your mama driving down the street and the motherfucker sideswipe your mama, knock her off the road.
Right.
And you happy to see this motherfucker every time he drive past. What we got to be happy about Nibiru for? What has Nibiru brought us? All these people that keep wanting to cling to all these non-terrestrial beings, but want to call themselves indigenous to here.
Right.
They waiting on you. They hungry. Because the rest of us, we done with feeding these motherfuckers.
Exactly.
So, I mean, they say they have to tell you what they're doing so that they avoid karma.
Exactly.
On one hand, they observe and follow universal law. Long as they stay within the script and get us to volunteer, no harm, no foul.
Right.
But our people don't seem to get that. They want to be everything but who they are. They want to be everywhere but where they're supposed to
To
be.
be. Yep.
But they'll figure it out when it's their time. I mean,
Yeah.
we can't sit up and worry about
Yeah, that's on them.
it.
We're just here to bring the information, so it's up to them on what they want to do with it or not do with it. Okay.
You see what Queen Ottawa said? A frequency fence is over each state and city. I can feel when I leave one or enter.
It makes a
I
lot of
agree.
sense. I
I agree.
totally agree, sis. I 1000% agree. You're right.
Because I definitely can feel it when I get back in Ohio.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why when that dome is gone, all of that, that's the shattering of the matrix. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And a lot of folks, they're not going to be able to handle it. So that's why I'm telling y'all, you in graduate school, get your dissertation together. Okay, so right here in figure 42, child, it's the current environment. Okay, so remember, this is across realms. So think of this as one universe. Okay, let's look at it that way. So let's say this is Mama Earth's universe. She got worlds within worlds within worlds, and she has it across different dimensions, frequencies. Okay? So these particular robots can take stuff from a simulated world and they can target across worlds, across dimensions, target certain areas to change stuff. Okay? All right.
Now, I don't know if anybody mentioned this, but Brother Seven said that the dome, I don't know if he put the dome in there, but the atmosphere is thicker as you go up, and that means you have more water. And so here it's no water, so we can breathe.
There's water here.
Yeah, I mean, but we're breathing just oxygen and carbon dioxide.
But there's still water. You know that it's water because you can sit a glass down, and when it's humid, what happens to that glass? Don't you get condensation?
But what I'm saying is, as far as they terraform this planet to get the air like this, because when Inky landed here, he had to have a fish suit on.
Sure did. There you go. I'm with you now, sis.
He can breathe here. But see, we were here already.
Right.
So we were able to breathe when he couldn't.
Exactly. So in other words, the density, right?
Yeah, they changed the density of the air. And I think we just adapted. That just came to my mind.
And it's a very good thing. Why do you think when you all see some of the flat earth renderings, you see like here is earth with a dome over it, and then surrounding it is water.
Right. So that's what
I don't think that we had to adapt. We had the giant trees.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's a water world, period. Simply because it rains and the fact that majority of it is water, just like our bodies.
Right.
So we were adapted to all of that, and they couldn't
It's
adapt.
different levels of density.
Yeah, it just-
Exactly. So he needed a pseudo one in order to be here.
Yep.
Mhm.
Why certain entities are only thought forms. That's why they have to channel through people and this, that, or the other, because they can't physically.
Be here.
So that's why they're using these robots, because they can't physically.
And that's probably what that fish suit was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Some
they
type
showed
of-
that on Loki, where they was thinking that they was getting to the head of the TVA, who, by the way, they look like lizards. And then once they got there to fight them and they cut their head off, they like, oh God, they're an android. They were robots. And I just started cracking up. I'm like, damn, they putting everything in here. Yeah.
Yeah, this was called Turtle Island, and they called it Turtle Island for a reason. And I have yet to figure it out unless we were already turtles and could breathe like a turtle in and out of the water.
They talking about the way that the land mass is shaped.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah. But yeah.
Hey y'all,
Uh-huh.
I just went down a rabbit hole looking at this damn Hoover Dam.
Oh boy. But that was deep though. I'm sitting here like, yeah, dang, okay, yeah, put something on it.
There were six companies, and they formed a corporation called the Six Companies Inc., which was a Chinese benevolent association. So
How long they been in existence, do you know?
the Chinese Benevolent Association has headquartered every freaking where in America. Six companies, let's see. Dang, I lost my spot that I was just looking at. Freak. I hate when I do that.
Oh, dang, that's okay.
But yes, this benevolent society, I'll come back and put something on it when I find it.
Okay.
But this society is an old secret society. Chinese Benevolent Association. Boom. Okay. It says it's a historical Chinese association established in various parts of the United States and Canada, and it's also known by other names. The association's clientele were the Chinese immigrants of the late 19th century and their descendants. Their influence since their inception back in 1882 has received a diverse range of publicity from the American media. Much of the attention often overlooked inherent cultural differences, blah, 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 blah. The CCBA, which is the Chinese Benevolent Association, was set up to help Chinese people relocate and travel to and from the U.S., including returning the bodies of the deceased to China. So this society been active since the 1882, and it talks about how their immigrants came to California and worked in the gold mines, and it caused their personal Chinese economy to excel. So China also ate off of the gold here in America through the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association.
So are they trying to convince us? You can't convince moi. You're trying to convince moi that immigrants came over here, built themselves up so much that now they're able to, do they own the dam or did they finance Hoover Dam? What are they saying?
They were one of the six companies that financed it and built it.
So you trying to convince moi. You're trying to convince moi that Chinese immigrants were able to come into so much fiat that they were able to finance a multi-billion-dollar project, one of six, as big as the Hoover Dam. That's what you think I'm finna to believe. Versus you sent your people and them over here for the purpose of participating in the mining of gold because you were financing them to do so. And that's why you were able to take a cut of said gold from the Americas. And you gave them the scratch to participate in building, helping finance building the Hoover Dam. That's
Hey,
how that
sir.
story ended. Yes, sir.
Or, like during that time, they were melanated and from them dragon family line. And yeah, they were conquerors and
And
probably
yeah.
had it.
Mm-hmm.
Then to add on that, all the gold and stuff that they were getting there. Of course, they'd had the money to be able to finance something like that, to be in on it, because they all had deals. Now, we gonna go back to the melanated Asians.
Come on now, tell it.
Who be talking about the Asiatic black man? Who be talking about that they ruled all over the world? Asia Major, Asia Minor. The whole skin folk thing. Them, the Moors, they claimed to be everything on every continent. They were everywhere. Everybody is Moors. So you have to assume anytime you're talking about some melanated people that were wealthy or conquerors, by default, they're Moors,
Yep.
according to them.
And tied to, because let's be real clear, tied back to what they're calling those royal black nobility.
Which are Anunnaki bloodline. Because, as our people are quick to say, all original nobility, kings, queens, etc., were melanated. So that means majority of the monsters that we've heard about in the past were melanated.
Period.
As the youngins say, purred. He out. Uh-huh.
Then you got people that say that the Anunnaki are black with locks and this, that, or the other, and us going over everything that the Anunnaki has done. You proud to associate yourself with that?
And that's fine if that's your people.
Right.
We're just telling you they dirty and you dirty right along with them. And we're not accepting any of that anymore. Going up the street with that bull mess.
Right. Party's over.
So don't come up out of a bag on me.
Okay, so I found that y'all, they got over 33. Matter of fact, if I count them correctly, it's exactly 33 locations.
Oh, wait, 33?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
They got one in Cleveland, Ohio, on Rockwell Avenue, 2154 Rockwell Avenue.
That's downtown.
They everywhere. Massachusetts, California, Georgia, Chicago, Hawaii, Texas. They got one in Houston, Portland, Oregon, New York City, Oakland. They everywhere. And they even says that they have a clan association too. So they done came over here, came and dug up the gold and done set up their little secret societies and done set up shop in all the major cities with a magic number of 33.
And let's just, now correct me if I'm wrong, y'all.
Freemason.
Well, we already know when we hear 33, because remember, this graduate school over here. So I don't have to spell that out for y'all. Y'all know what 33 means. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't there and I don't know if it's still going around, when they were talking about Nasera Gasera stuff, weren't they talking about the ancient Chinese folks, melanated ancient Chinese folks that got all the gold to reset the world? Or is it just just made that shit up?
That was Obama going over there trying to get the money for them people too.
Wasn't his name Jose Renown or something like that?
Because Ben Fulford be talking about that all the time, about the Dragon family.
Yeah, and I busted his fake ass out. And somebody got hot at me, rest his soul. I said, I don't give a damn. Your white daddy is full of shit.
Red, white, and blue. the colors of the people.
So let me just make sure I'm understanding you properly, Nisi, because I don't want to lie upon anybody. So what you saying is, the immigrants came over here, the Chinese immigrants came over here, what, in the 1880-ish?
Yep.
And they was working up in the gold mines?
Yes, ma'am.
And so they went from being worker bees in the gold mine to this powerful business conglomerate that was able to help finance the Hoover Dam. And now they have chapters, 33 chapters across the Americas.
Yes, ma'am.
All while being enslaved to the British and the Japanese.
Right. And I'm supposed to believe that they didn't have no help. They rose up by themselves. I'm supposed to believe that. Do you all? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it makes sense as to why they run in Silicon Valley.
And we're on the same frequency. But go ahead, you finish.
Yeah, that was really all I was gonna say. It just makes perfect sense. Them folks ain't just come over here to get work visas. Like, nah, I think they really set it up. And they got their hands in this nanotechnology too, because the company that I want to say it's Pfizer or AstraZeneca, it says that it's a collaboration between a Germany company and a Chinese company.
Absolutely. So do you all enter and understand what the Asian crime bill was about? Do you all enter and understand the whole controversy of the hoochie coochie being made in said lab and what's in the hoochie coochie? Nanotechnology. Are you all not making these connections?
And why all of our shit comes from China, literally.
That they have been setting China up to become the next world power. When we keep telling y'all, it's all the same folks. It's all the same Galactic Federation. It's the same shit. It's the same colonizers.
The Asian and the Caucasian working together.
Because they're all related.
You can tell them by the looks of the face.
The Asian and Caucasian are directly related to each other. And the Moors, that's they pappy them.
Yeah.
That's they pappy. The Moors is they zaddy.
And we're not going to forget the railroad, so-called built with the pesos.
So y'all should be connecting all of these dots. That's why we tell y'all this is graduate school, and great job, Nisi Poo. All you have to do is when they tell you to follow the money for a reason. None of these big companies have just been built on somebody's genius idea. No, they are put in the position and they are running a 100-year plan on you minimum.
It's a front.
And even the people running a 100-year plan, they don't even know the galactic level plan. We're giving you both. We're showing you the 100-year plan and we're giving you the galactic plan. This is graduate level. Get your dissertation together. These folks aren't playing with you. They are colonizers of universes. Not just landmass, not just worlds, and universes. We're talking about trapping your soul for the purpose of energy. All right. Dang, we had 11 o'clock. All right, so just real quick recap. We talked about how they gradually test stuff from the virtual realm to the real realm. So they make incremental changes of changing this real world scenario. We talked about that last week. Okay. And they talked about how they'll, and right here, because this is important, they're telling you the time difference or the frequencies between the virtual world and the real world, and how when they were first setting up these simulations or these tests, that it was a lag between stuff happening 3 years. So it took them like 3 years for everything they wanted to bring into the real world, but it only took a millisecond in the real world. So I want y'all to think about that, because I had told y'all this secret before. If they want to sit up in the Bible and talk about 1,000 years worth of peace, remember I told y'all based on whose time frame? Because let's say, for example, 1 millisecond in the real world is equal to 3 years in their time, and I'm just using this as an example. What's 1,000 years in your time?
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand where I'm going with this? They're selling you a game through their book of spells, i.e. the Bible, i.e. the book of colonization, telling you it's going to be 1,000 years of peace. And I told y'all out the gate, well, they got to translate for moi. You have to translate for me. What do you really mean by 1,000 years? Because if 3 years, and I'm just using this as an example, is equal to a millisecond over here, even if you give me 1,000 years, that ain't shit in the real world.
No, that's the 1,000 years is equal to a day.
So you gonna give me a day of me kicking it and having a good time, then back to the fuckery? And again,
It even says it.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Not only does it say that in the Bible, it says that it's part of the Josera package also, that there's to be 1,000 years of peace for them implementing the global economic rescue, whatever.
Yeah.
So they tying it right to that. So they tying it right back to they Sky Daddy, you know.
Exactly. So you gonna give me a day, maybe a couple hours, and then right back to the fuckery?
But they're gonna make you think you went 1,000 years.
They very well could be.
They're gonna nanochip you so you won't think you spent 1,000 years. But they can control your timeline in your brain.
All right. Okay, so that was explaining all of that. Okay, so here's y'all where they even show you the simulated gun or whatever, pushing the button to set off the process of the nanobots going between the virtual world to the real world to change the real world's reality. Okay, and let's see. And here they show you the nanobot. Now I want y'all to pay close attention because this is what's in that hoochie coochie. And if I remember correctly, and Brother Sean, keep me honest here because I can't read that article because they'll bump us off the air.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't they say that that nanobot was directly tied to the RNA, or am I just not remembering properly?
Yeah.
Sure did. And they said it was found in every organ in the body.
It writes your DNA.
Like I said, in that particular article she's talking about, they were talking about having autopsied somebody.
Oh.
And that they found it all throughout the person's organs and body.
Well, they would because it writes your DNA.
Did I just not say last week that I felt that's what they were using the hoochie coochie for? That they had nanobots in there?
Mm-hmm. And if you look up their Sentinel system, it tracks it. It tracks the technology. It tracks their pharmaceuticals, their equipment, this, that, or the other.
And this here,
so they've already.
sorry, go ahead.
So they had already had everything in place in order to be able to track it.
Of course. Because if this is a computer chip, because that's exactly what nanobots are. Right here, it's telling you they have the atoms. That's the user face. They got everything they need. And they said that was found in every organ of that particular person's body, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so right here, just as a reminder, they're just showing you how they do it. They, in the virtual world, they set up a training situation and they test that training situation. That becomes the fabricated situation. So look at this as the virtual world. And then down here, once they perfect it, the fabricated situation becomes the new method. So in other words, changing reality.
Change time.
Okay, and they're just depicting the different nanobots. So these are the little worker robots. And each one of these, they have worker 1, worker 2, worker 3, worker 4, worker 5. They have a set of instructions to do. And they have encoded, or not encoded, they have encrypted each one of these so it can't be intercepted on what they're actually doing. Okay, so that's why it's important for you to be in tune with Mother Earth's frequency, because you're going to get the message on what the hell they're doing. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
I never could believe that Genghis Khan captured all 20 million acres of this earth and let it go. I never could believe it. I say he has to still own that. He has to. And so it's like when Domino's Pizza, I think it was, they fronted with Europeans as the owners and the managers, and they're owned by people in the background. So that's how they've been fronting America for a long time.
Absolutely.
I wanted to add on with with these nanobots and all of this tracking that they're trying to do. I'm not sure if y'all are aware of, I know Sister Sandra might be, since she was in the medical field, of electronic health records. And when I was working for one of their companies, which I didn't know it was a eugenics company until the CEO came out and said it during one of the meetings.
Was it a slip, you think?
I don't know. But he came out and said that they were going to be number one in eugenics. And I was like, I don't know what the hell that is, because I was, green at the time. And when I started researching eugenics, I was like, who in the hell am I working for?
That was a Freudian slip. The spirit made him say that so you can remember, but continue.
At the time, they were working towards initiatives, and one of them was called population health. And they wanted to be able to track the health of a population based upon geographical location. And I was like, how in the hell they gonna do that? Now all of this nanobot stuff is making sense. One of the companies that formed an alliance is called the Commonwealth Alliance. You can Google it on your own time and research the Commonwealth Alliance. But if you keep digging into that rabbit hole of who they're partnered up with, they are partnered up with another company. It's called No, that's not the name of the company. It's called MANET. It's people-centric networking. And they have a whole abstract of what their challenges are and how they plan to attack their challenges. And one of them has to do with doing research in direction of people-centric networking triggered by increasing penetration of the smartphone while generating people-centric computing and communication. And it has all to do with sensor networks, which the sensor networks is the nanotechnology that allows for them to monitor your health through these electronic health systems that all doctors have access to. So they sold it to the doctors as this is going to make it easier for you to take care of your patients, because you can now take care of your patients with your smartphone. You don't have to see them in person. You can monitor their heart rate, their mental conditions. If they have some type of mental disorder, you can monitor everything with your smartphone. And it was a health initiative back in, what year was that? 2016. So now that this stuff is coming out even more, it's connecting more dots for me. And I'm like, what in the fuck?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
this is all happening.
Yeah. So it lines perfectly up with what they're saying here.
Yeah. They've been calling me trying to get me to fill out some wellness forms. Well, I happen to be licensed myself, but I tell them, I don't need you. When I'm sick, I know how to take care of myself. Well, it's for your insurance. I said, oh, well. It has to be some technology to that they have to call me up to fill out my wellness forms.
Ciao. So, again, the brain model, 4 different types of data. The 5 senses, objects, activated element objects, hidden objects, and pattern objects. That's the brain model, y'all. Your brain, your consciousness, your subconsciousness, software data, hidden data types and work done by the intelligent robots, hardware data, physical action or objects recorded in a universal 3D environment called 3D animation. Okay, so yeah, we talked about that. They're just showing you them going from your physical level with your the senses with the taste, smell, touch. What's the last two? I always forget. Smell and hearing. I think hearing is the last one. So your 5 senses, they're just showing you. They're taking the data.
And then they'll put it encrypted into the program.
And they can bring it back to the virtual world. And they're getting all the way down to the atom level, which makes sense in that particular article when they said they did that autopsy, that the nanobots was in every major organ in that person. So, which means they had a bunch of computer chips in them. That's really what that means. Okay.
Manchurian candidate type stuff, where they interface humans with machines.
Yes. Ciao. So here they're just telling the path. This is how deep this is, y'all. They're telling you what level from the physical perspective that they can get this nanotechnology into you. Down to the cell level.
And you know what? Another thing they're saying is that is going to be the only way that we don't get taken over by artificial intelligence. We have to find a way to interface with it, or it will completely take us over.
Yeah, that's what they're telling you to go along with it.
Right.
But there's a lot of people eating up that bullshit. Because,
right.
You know, I have a marketing background, and I always tell people marketing is mind control. That's all it is. What can they say in order to sell you? They will tell you whatever they got to tell you in order to sell you, and they will show you everything good about it, but it will not be to your ultimate success. It'll just be to your demise, but they will make it look so good and paint it up and make it seem like it is the next thing, the best thing next to sliced bread. And they'll have your mind just completely bought in. And so you just got to be able to see through the lies. I just want to stay organic as possible. I don't consent to
I don't consent to none of it. Right, because that's like a pimp saying, baby, by you selling your Kit Kat out of both your dog legs, we gonna take over the world. Oh, okay. Huh? No, that's not how that works.
You know, they set a day up to 2030 to be in control, remember? So they working it.
Well, they can take all of that shit off realm. I don't consent to none of it. That's their business.
Know it.
So according to the Mayan calendar, the key date for the next takeover that happened similar to 1776, the next date for that is 2032.
And people ain't stopped paying attention to dates yet. We determine when shit gonna happen. We have to quit waiting for other things and certain dates. That's where they're in control of. Because they know when, where, and how we're focusing our energy. Now, if they just get slapped with a big ass energy ball out of the middle of no goddamn where and ain't expecting it, that's party over.
Exactly.
We have to quit doing shit when they expect us to do it. If they are the ones that implemented religion and all this, that, or the other, and all these days we talking about that we attribute to the ancestors, and the ancestors were actually praying to these motherfuckers to tap into their energy. How is any of that shit benefiting us? It didn't benefit them during their time because it's been at the least 450,000 years of them. So that means everything that we've been told about our ancestors and what they did or did not do was from somebody else.
Mhm.
If we're not going in and doing the work our damn self and knowing who you are without any of their fucking information, you knowing in the age of knowing exactly who and what you are without anybody telling you shit. Something you should know. You've been with you through every reincarnation. You with you 24/7 now. And you know more about everything outside of you than you know about yourself. Certain individuals you know so much about you could actually live their fucking lives. That's how much of your energy is going outside of self. You worship outside of self. How you gonna say that you a god or goddess, king, queen, instead of the other, and you don't even worship your motherfucking self? You can't even lead yourself. So how the hell you was leading or ruling over all these people? Can't even control your children. Nothing. Ain't got control over shit. But when I talk about being gods and goddesses, queens and kings and shit, can't even control when you got to go to the bathroom. But you want to be gods and goddesses and worship at the same time something other than you. You don't worship the physical god or goddess next to you or that actually brought you in this realm. But you worship invisible motherfuckers that ain't done a goddamn thing for you but give you fucked up thoughts. But that's how you get out. And we're the problem. Somehow, we're the problem on this little show that we get up under so many people's skin. There's so many motherfuckers come and steal from us and don't say shit. But we the motherfuckers with a problem. Family, you know that includes y'all too, because y'all fuck with us all the time. Y'all got problems too.
Right.
But guess what? I love you crazy motherfuckers.
Yeah,
I digress.
it's interesting. Like the babies refuse to. I hopefully they still on TikTok strike with the dances, and I just find it fascinating that those babies are creators and their creations were being stolen and folks were making a bunch of money off their creations. And so they shut it down. Now, I don't know if it's still shut down. And they were showing where these same people that was stealing tried to come up with a dance to a new song on their own. And baby, when I finally did see it, I was laughing so hard, I got a cramp in my side. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. All of this stuff, all of this nanotechnology, all of this stuff is mirroring you. I keep saying there's nothing that they are doing that you can't do. All of this shit is mirroring you. Where do you think they got it from? Only difference is you do it naturally and organically, but you have forgotten. Because you've gotten comfortable in this 3D density. You've gotten comfortable in these under colonization. You've gotten comfortable. And what we're telling you, in order to break that comfort zone, in order to break them generational curses, you got to tear it all down. You got to get off the board. Because they're trying to get you at the cell level. At the cell level. All right. All right, so we're just going to keep going through because I want to. All right, so this is the part I want to get on because this is where we had left off on. So this is down here represents what program they're going to put out. So it says spaced out future pathways. So these are the future pathways. But this node or circle down here is issuing out how the game is going to be played. Are you on the win game path? The lose game? I think they meant quit game. I think that's a typo. But it's still a game. And it's still being controlled. I'm sorry, go ahead.
All right. Instead of having to use your TV and put all that technology in the TV, they're going to put it directly into you. So they determine how old you live to be. They determine everything about you. Everything. And somebody was talking about skin color, eye color, how healthy you're going to be, in other words, this is just total, complete slavery. Total, complete slavery.
Well, we're already in total, complete slavery. Let's be clear.
Okay.
It's just let me finish what I'm saying. It's just a remix.
Yeah.
It's just a remix, family. And as long as you stay on the board, you're playing the game. All right. So we got into, and this is what Brother Sean said. Let me make sure I got it. Cheat codes, right? Cheat codes. Mm-hmm. Cheat codes. They're telling you cut, copy, and paste future pathways. Again, down here, this node is determining how each one of these games are going to be played. And so some people that think they're enlightened, that think they the shiznit, all they're really doing is they have a cheat code to jump from one node to another. But you're still on the board.
Yeah.
You're still playing the game. And while you playing this game, they done already set up another game for you. So you think you done won over here. You done played each one of these pathways. You think, oh, I done won, I done mastered. And now you back into another game. That's why we tell you, get off the board. Get off the board. Because they can cut, copy, and paste future pathways. They're changing, switching the frequencies to control the different realities. This is what is considered the Matrix, family. Okay, and that's why we told you this represents that Kabbalah tree too. Okay, so there, and here we go, because Kabbalah deals with a numbering system. You line the numbers up a certain way on these nodes to get a particular outcome. And they're showing you good, bad, bad, good, good, bad. Different frequencies, but it's still all being controlled. This is still a board. It's still a computer board. This is a computer simulation. You're supposed to be out of the simulation. And if we were on our stuff as a collective, as the indigenous people, we would have destroyed this whole entire computer board. We would have been out here somewhere and wiped that shit out. Like, huh? What they say, they wouldn't even know what hit them. Poof, gone. And they show you in Loki them so cold. So if you watching Loki, this is equivalent to the TVA down here, the Time Variance Agency. These are the different realms. These circles are the different worlds. So when Thanos was doing his thing, Thanos, all he wanted to do was wipe out, let's say, this entire realm to jump over, let's say, to this realm. And they show you in Loki at the TVA that what Thanos and them did and them stones, that did not mean a damn thing. It meant nothing. Matter of fact, the TVA people said, yeah, whatever, Loki. We knew that that was going to happen. You absolutely right. They knew it was going to happen if they wrote the game. If they programmed the game, absolutely they knew it was going to happen. So how you going to win the game against the creators if you still on the board playing the game when you're supposed to be out here? That's why we keep telling you it is spiritual first. It is spiritual first. All right. Okay, so we had got to the little summary. Oh, Dick, I thought we was finished. I'm going to read this. Child. I'm going to read this. I know we read it last week, but honey. Hunty. All right, we're not going to... I guess I'm going to have to read this. Well, damn. Practical time machine using dynamic, efficient, virtual, and real robots. The cross-reference application. Yeah. Filed on blah, 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 blah. There was something in here that caught my eye on da-da-da-da-da. Which la, d. Okay. Filed on May 2008. Which is a continuation in part application of U.S. serial number blah, 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 filed on blah, 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 entitled Time Machine Software, which claims the benefit of U.S. provisional application, blah, 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 blah. This is what I wanted to get to. and also a continuation in part application of U.S. serial number blah. Now, y'all, shit, we gonna be on this for a minute, y'all, because now I got to go pull this. Because now what's they sitting up here telling me that it was another patent file for human artificial intelligent machine. So now we got to go pull that. All right. Okay, so I got a little bit more work to do. So I'm fencing to go pull that. Okay. So we got another patent to go through, y'all. Background of the invention, field of the invention. This invention relates generally to the field of time travel. Moreover, it pertains specifically to technologies that manipulate objects in our current environment. Description of related art. Is time travel possible? Einstein stated that time travel is possible if an object can travel faster than the speed of light. He also discovered that no object in the universe can travel faster than the speed of light, which disproves his time travel theory. He is right in that different space has slightly different times, but for the most part, time travel into the past or future is impossible. And we know that they lying because the slightly different time just means different frequency. Okay? And they just proved that it is possible. So maybe they mean based on Einstein's theory that it's not possible. Other theories related to time travel will include using wormholes, using black holes, warping time, spinning the earth backwards, and using cosmic strings. These are theories that have been passed down from generation to generation. So I find that interesting because they're pretty much telling you that those programs were passed down to generation. They don't work very well because these theories are difficult or impossible to implement in the real world. Okay, so to me that meant they put out these concepts of wormholes, black holes, warping time, spinning the earth backwards to keep people off track on how things really flow. Summary of the invention, and I know we went over all this last week. I'm going back over it again so it can really seep into your subconsciousness. So as you're going along in your everyday 3-density real world realm, and these little conversations come up, it should click to you instantaneously, what is going on, where you can read behind what they're really telling you. All inventions below are encapsulated, which means they are built on top of each other. The present invention, called the practical time machine, needed all 9 inventions in order to build. Universal artificial intelligence. Yeah, I'm going to have to go pull the patent for that. Human artificial intelligence. AI robots thousands of times smarter than humans. Exponential human artificial intelligence. The time machine. Signal-less internet and signal-less telephone systems. Dynamic, efficient, virtual, and real robots. The atom manipulator. Ghost machine. The understanding of how the practical time machine works will require the understanding of all 9 inventions previous to it. The reader should have a comprehensive understanding of all 9 inventions before proceeding forward or onward. Okay? The practical time machine makes time travel possible. It works by having super intelligent robots create a timeline of planet Earth every fraction of a nanosecond for the past and the future. A time traveler will set a time travel date. Said time travel traveler comprising at least one object, and said time traveler can be in at least one of the following states: frozen state and controlled change state. Next, an atom manipulator is used to manipulate the environment incrementally. So in other words, as we was talking, the Mandela effect, according to the timeline. The atom manipulator generates what is known as ghost machines to change the environment in an intelligent way. These ghost machines can be small like a molecule, or it can be big like a forklift. Sometimes thousands of ghost machines are created, and they have to work together in order to change the environment. The creation of ghost machines, their intelligence, and their physical actions are controlled by the atom manipulator. Incrementally, the atom manipulator will incrementally manipulate the current environment until it reaches the said time travel date. The practical time machine doesn't just allow objects to travel in time, it can cut and paste objects from any time period. It can essentially bring people back from the dead. For example, a person that died in 1941 can be brought back to life in 2009. And actually, y'all, in the episode of Loki, y'all remember they talked about that experiment, the Navy time travel experiment, where they took an entire ship and made it disappear. One of them huge, big naval ships.
That was a Philadelphia experiment.
Thank you, sis. The Philadelphia experiment. Baby. Why up in Loki them? Loki them was at, in one of the realms, they called it the end of the realms. And why the Philadelphia experiment ship, they showed it being dumped there. I said, hell to the no. Telling y'all, get up on Loki. All right. Famous people and actors can all be brought back from the dead. Non-intelligent objects such as bridges and statues can also be restored to its prime in 2009. Remember, the timeline tracks all atoms, electrons, and electromagnetic radiation every fraction of a nanosecond for Earth. Most of the atoms that existed in 1800s are still here today thanks to Earth's gravity. All the atom manipulator has to do is find these atoms and put the atoms together again, forming the deceased object. Do y'all get what the fuck they just said? They can take the remnants from a time frame. It has to be at the atom level, I'm assuming. And they can reconstruct something. How do you create a perfect timeline of Earth for past and future? How does the atom manipulator change the environment? How does the ghost machine work? How do you collect information from the environment with minimum tampering? i.e., the Mandela effect. How do you know the movements of an electron orbiting its nucleus? How do you predict future events with pinpoint accuracy? These are some questions that will be answered in this patent application. Okay, so do I want to read this? Where we at? Okay, I'm going to read this last paragraph and then we'll stop on this because all they're doing right here is breaking down the different figures. and then we'll stop. Brief description of the drawings. For a more complete understanding of the present invention and for further advantages thereof, reference is now made to the following descriptions of the preferred embodiments taken in conjunction with the accompanying drawings in which, okay, so this is kind of like what we went through last time, where you have to have the drawings and they're describing what's in the drawing. So I'll do my best if it gets too complicated, but I think we broke them drawings down pretty good this time, because they knew how to draw shit and diagram it out properly. That first patent that we looked at, they couldn't have put that shit before a client as me as their PM. I told them, no, you take that shit back and rework it. But anyway, figure 1 is a software diagram illustrating a robot with a sixth sense. What we say the sixth senses were? Okay. Figures 2 to 4 are diagrams depicting how a robot uses the virtual world to do the work. Yep, so we broke those diagrams down pretty damn well. 5 and 6 are diagrams depicting the universal computer program. Now, I want y'all to remember, because Brother Sean brought up a point, what do they mean by universal program? So y'all, I'm finna break out my raggedy diagram again. My little Pooh Bear. So I'm gonna put it up. This whole shebang, all of it, that's at the universe level. So when we talk about colonization, we're talking about it's deeper than just colonization at the one circle level, which at the one circle level is just one world. When we're talking colonization of all of the worlds, the entire universe, which represents this entire big square. That's how colonization has been happening across the entire universe. That's why it is a galactic federation, because it is across the entire universe. So they have carved up the entire universe throughout their galactic federation and have been controlling it, we can say at a minimum 450,000 years. And now that time frame is up because Mother Earth's universe, she has broken the chains and she is correcting herself, and she's going to reestablish her ley lines, and she's going to start destroying in the process.
Exactly.
So they are scrambling to create this virtual world to take people's consciousness into the virtual world so they can continue to feed. Because they can no longer be on the physical real world level. So I'm going to state this again. When we are talking colonization, we are not talking colonization at the circle level, which is just one world. We are talking colonization across all of the realms, across the entire box, which is at the universal level. So when we talk about this particular shift is a galactic shift, is a universal shift, that's what we're talking about. That's how huge this is. We are talking about it's bigger than Thanos. We're talking about at that TVA level, tearing it all down. All right. Now where the hell did I leave off? That's what the hell I
Did you see how much China is being destroyed?
Yeah.
I mean, they are going down.
Yeah, and see what you all have to enter and understand, and shout out to Mr. Christopher for bringing that Hoover Dam to our attention, because that is how they terraform with all of these dams, diverting water and lakes. So as this stuff, dams start drying up, lakes start drying up, we don't know if that shit was supposed to be there in the first place.
Right.
Okay, yeah, so we said diagrams are diagrams depicting the universe computer program, right? Figure 7 is a diagram illustrating a station pathway. Yep, we did a pretty good job breaking that down. 8 is a diagram depicting multiple robots working in a dynamic environment. Yep. 9 through 11 are diagrams illustrating various investigative tools and knowledge the robots use to generate a perfect timeline for the Earth's past and future. Figures 12 through 13b are diagrams demonstrating one example of multiple robots' structured hierarchy to accomplish a task. Yep, because that's when they were talking about the captain level on down to the worker bee, the architect on down to the worker bees. Figures 14 to 16 are diagrams depicting the hierarchy structured in organizations. We talked about that. 17 and 18 are diagrams depicting the signalless technology. So in other words, they can pick up, and this is why I'm going to stress this again, but let me get my point out. Remember I told y'all water is the best conductor of energy, right? Energy is frequency. Your thoughts translate into a frequency. So if I am thinking something and that frequency goes out in the atmosphere, which is water, that means it can be picked up and detected. Just like your whole Merkaba or your frequency that your body resonates at, it can be picked up and detected. Okay? They so cold with it because they know that we are capable of picking up these signals. So basically what they're telling you is, as they're communicating with their technology, they're not sending wireless signals. They have grouped what they're trying to do and they have encrypted it, because they don't want folks to be able to hack or pick up the signal and know what they're doing, or either manipulate what they're doing or divert what they're doing. And this is why I told you that you are supposed to be encrypting your energy, encrypting your consciousness and your subconsciousness, which are your thoughts, and you're supposed to be hiding it. So they're not even supposed to be seeing you, your energy, when you're moving throughout not only this physical realm, but when you travel, astral travel to the different realms, They're not even supposed to be able to pick you up. So that means, like Brother Sean said, they shouldn't even see you coming when you do what you need to do. That's how powerful you are. That's the graduate level shit that I'm talking about. When I've been telling y'all for years, I want you to bring me back something from the realm. I wanted you all to come back and tell me some shit that was going to happen in the future. I wanted you to fucking predict for me what was going to happen in the future. Because if you could do that, I know that you know how to travel across them realms, pick up that motherfucking information, and bring it back. You know how to do it. Most aren't practicing it because you're focused on that little circle and physically what you can touch. That's what you're focusing on when it's all up here. Okay, so 19A to 22 are diagrams depicting the atom manipulator. 23 and 24 are diagrams depicting pathway data types of atom manipulator. 25 to 33 are diagrams demonstrating encapsulation of work by robots or virtual characters by using the universal computer program. So if something is a program, it can be destroyed.
Virus.
Something is a program, it can be hacked. But you supposed to be so cold with it. It's supposed to be what computer program? What universal computer program? It was one of them. Yeah, baby, it really was. Back up in the day, yeah. And that back up in the day was a millisecond ago. This how cold you supposed to be. Not overwhelmed and scared. Oh shit, what am I supposed to do? (34 to 36 are diagrams illustrating assigning controllers to encapsulate work. 37 to 42 are diagrams depicting the virtual characters structured in a hierarchical manner using video game software to generate the instructions for the laser system in the atom manipulator. So, they've been pushing video games. I think video games, Brother Sean, didn't that start with our generation?
Yeah, Atari.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember the first one was that. Remember that stick man? It's like a tennis. And then go boop.
Pac-Man. Pac-Man.
Boop. But the very first one was 2 sticks and 1 ball.
Tennis.
Yeah, it was tennis. That was the very first one. So they've been using video games for quite some time. And they've been doing it for a purpose. Was a couple of folds. Number one, to start introducing these concepts of video games to the populace to get you prepped for right now what's going on. And then number two, to monitor and track how you respond to those games. To monitor and track how your consciousness and subconsciousness and your visual respond to those games. But make no mistake about it, those games were based off of you. They were based off the very essence of you. All right. Okay. All right, our diagrams depicting the virtual characters structured in a hierarchical manner using video game software to generate the instructions for the laser system in the atom manipulator. Okay?
You know, when you say that word atom manipulator, that's what they're doing at CERN, right?
I think CERN is outdated.
Yeah, but that's what they're doing is trying
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, I think CERN is outdated. CERN was the test ground.
Yeah.
I think CERN was used. They were testing CERN, running training simulations, and that's what we were seeing, what we were calling the Mandela effect. But to answer your question, absolutely, sis, you're right. But I'm telling y'all, CERN is outdated. Okay. Okay. 43 to 49 are diagrams illustrating training sessions for the atom manipulator and how the robots create these training sessions. Damn, y'all, we did a very good job breaking down them diagrams. 55 to 59 are diagrams illustrating various examples of ghost machines. 60 to 65 and 67 are diagrams depicting encapsulated work for ghost machines. 66 is a diagram depicting the data structure of the simulated brain. 68 is a diagram illustrating a personal model for one intelligent object. 69 to 71 are diagrams further illustrating the simulated brain. I told y'all all this shit is mirrored off of you. 72 to 74 are diagrams depicting various prediction methods. That's the script. The prediction methods are the scripts. So that's why in Loki, when he was at the TVA, because he had to, y'all, stand in front of a court system, and they was giving had blood run down all of the things that he was doing in the realm. And so Loki is arrogant. And so he's sitting up there naming, well, I did this, and I traveled here, and I fought this one, and I won that one. And they were like, yeah. Well, I fought with the Avengers, and we saved the world. And that's when they was like, well, that was supposed to happen. That is what they're talking about. Depicting various prediction methods, because it's part of the program. Description of the preferred embodiments. How time travel happens. Oh, before I forget, that's what I wanted to say. So in the I'm one episode behind in Loki. So where this realm that they sent Loki them to, which they said was like the point of no return realm, something like that, or the end. I think they call it the end of time realm. And that's where the Philadelphia Experiment Navy ship had wound up landing there. And they had this cloud, this like mist, gatekeeping everybody. And if you try to go beyond a certain point, or if you in the wrong pathway, it will quote, quote, gobble and eat you up or destroy you, turn you into ash. So Loki and his side partner had this idea, they're lying. It is something beyond this realm. I don't believe them when they say this is the point of no return, the end of time or the realm. So one of the characters that they had ran into in this particular realm, he was good with creating illusions. So he's like, okay, y'all, I'm finna distract, I'm gonna call it the black cloud beast with this illusion, so y'all can run behind the cloud to get to where you think you need to go. So he distracted the cloud a little bit. He wound up getting disintegrated. So Loki tried to distract the cloud, and then it wasn't working. And so his side lady, she's the main character, I forget her little name, she was manifesting. She was doing it, trying to do it with her subconsciousness. And so Loki looked over and saw what she was doing, and he said, screw this. I have to go over here with her, and we have to, as a collective, we have to, with our consciousness, open this gateway. And that's where it ended. They opened the gateway, and they ended with that illusion that they were in, because they claimed that they put them at the end of time. It shattered. Okay? So these are the things that we are talking about when we talk about get off the board, when we talk about doing things with your consciousness. We're talking about shattering a total fake program and dimension. All right. So, description of the preferred embodiment, how time travel happens. This is going to be the last thing, y'all, because I can't do another 1 o'clock. All right. The practical time machine comprises 2 parts. 1, a perfect timeline of planet Earth for the past and the future. Atom manipulators. The dynamic, efficient robots will create the perfect timeline of planet Earth and track every single atom, electron, and electromagnetic radiation every fraction of a nanosecond. God damn! That's everything.
Mm-hmm.
So do you all understand? If you all just out here willy-nilly with your thoughts, if they tracking all of that, if you ain't encrypted your shit, if you ain't protected your shit, if you ain't hidden your shit, don't that mean they know what you gonna do? The time traveler has to plot out a time travel date. The current state is also identified in the timeline. Next, multiple atom manipulators are sent out into Earth to shoot lasers at atoms and to position atoms, electrons, and electromagnetic radiation based on the timeline. These atom manipulators will work as a team to use the timeline as a blueprint to incrementally position atoms to their before state. Some objects require the atom manipulator to break open and to insert things into it. For example, blood that flows out of a human being has to come back into the human being. They can only do this if they break open a human being and insert the blood back in. Wow. The atom manipulator has to position atoms exactly to the incremental state of the timeline. By doing this, it is easier to track atoms and to move them around. They will first work on one incremental state of the timeline. When all atoms manipulators have finished the state and checked to make sure nothing is misplaced, they can move on to the next incremental state. This will go on until the time travel date is reached. At that point, all atoms will be released from their stationary state and the atoms will behave normally. This is really interesting because anybody that has experienced loss of time,
Mhm.
I know you know what I'm talking about, Brother Sean. You literally can be looking at the clock, but your subconscious, you're doing something else. But you know for a fact that it's been 3-4 minutes, and you look at the clock and that motherfucker ain't moved. You're like, wait a minute, what? And that is starting to happen more and more. And as you pay more attention to the matrix, you will see that shit happen at certain particular quote, quote, times. Specifically, between that 3 o'clock hour, a lot of strange shit go on. Although you don't necessarily have to regulate it to that. Start being in tune and really paying attention. Practice it. And you're going to be fucking surprised. You're going to be like, wait a minute. I know for a fact it's been 3 minutes. It's been 2 minutes. It's been 5 minutes. What the fuck you mean it's still stuck on 1 minute? Start practicing. Start paying attention. You are able to defy and break their matrix code. I never forget what happened to me big. It happened to me big twice. And one time my sister and I was together. We was in Jersey. We had such a good time, was kicking it, had went out to brunch, legs crossed with our people, knowing we got to catch a flight. And we like, oh, well, shit, we just going to get there and catch the next one. All right, so we leave. Anybody that know New York, we had to go to, I want to say LaGuardia. I don't think it was JFK. Had to leave Jersey, go there, traffic, construction. We just knew we missed that motherfucking flight. I promise you. We knew we had missed it. We weren't stressed about it. Get to the airport. Go to the wrong motherfucking gate. Because, you know, you got to get on the train. Go downstairs. Got there. That wasn't the right gate. Had to get back on the motherfucking train. We knew we missed our flight. We like, there was no way we missed it. We like, oh yeah, we get back to the crib when we get back to the crib. Had to get back on the train. Finally get to our gate. We getting ready to walk up to the counter and be like, yeah, we missed our flight. Flight boarding. We fucking looked at each other. The flight must have been delayed. The motherfucking flight was not delayed. She looked at me. I looked at her. And we like, nobody would fucking believe us. Nobody would believe us. You can defy their particular matrix timeline. You have to be aware that you're doing it. That is why it is important for you to be in tune. All right. All right. All right. 48. In order to position an atom in a certain area, the atom manipulator has to cancel out forces acting upon the atom, including gravity and external objects. In some respects, that is very hard to do because gravity is constant. However, they have to work together to position these atoms in their proper areas. 49. The atom manipulator also create ghost machines that will work together to accomplish tasks. Ghost machines are created by the environment and powered by the environment. These ghost machines replace any physical machine to do the work. For example, a group of surgeons are needed to do lung cancer surgery. Okay, Nisi Poo, hopefully you still listening. The atom manipulator can create ghost machines to do the same surgery. So if you ain't watching Nisi Poo, if you look listening back, that's exactly what you was talking about. That company was telling them doctors, they up there talking about some they can track folks with the software. Why do you think when they talk about AI replacing a lot of jobs, do you not understand what they are telling you?
They're expendable.
Do you not understand why they are going to introduce universal basic income? These ghost machines will manipulate objects in the environment according to the blueprint in the timeline. Blood that comes out of a human being from a cut has to go back into the human being. Electromagnetic radiation that is emitted from an electron has to go back into the electron. And a fetus going through mitosis has to go through reverse mitosis. Okay, so this should also tell y'all how they're swapping out bloodlines and doing walk-ins.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Reversing the DNA of the one that was supposed to be there. And switching people in, huh? Reverse mitosis.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
Because it fucked me up back there, and I'm like, I ain't even gonna stop and talk about it. When they was talking about how the blood leaves the body, it has to go back. I'm like, okay, so you motherfuckers swapping out bloodlines?
Well, you know, my neighbor had shoulder surgery, and they took out his blood, he said, and they put it back into him. And what happened was, instead of him having long, debilitating recovery, he was able to move his arm right away. So they may be using it for that as well. I thought it was an interesting concept.
Yeah, but you know, I'm real skeptical. You talking about fucking with my blood now. Now you and I have an issue.
Well, life is in the blood, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is why I am going to say again, it is important that you are the architect of your body, of your being, of your soul, of your spirit. Because when they come trying to fuck with you, number one, you got to find me. Number one, you got to find me. And let's say you do so happen find me and you want to tap in. You got to break my code. This is why it is important for you to be in control of those things. You are supposed to have yourself totally controlled. So you can try to reverse some mitosis on me if you motherfucker want to. But first you got to find me. The practical... I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
I just wonder if whether or not they're talking about it will be able to replicate your blood, or it will heal the wound instantaneously so that you don't lose all your blood.
Yeah, it could be
And
that also.
Also be able to reproduce it. But at that point, that's saying that it basically has access to every bodily function that you have. And the access that they give the doctors to it has nothing to do with the encrypted code the designer put into it. Because remember, you were saying that they were encrypted with some hidden instructions.
Right. The nanobots.
So just because the doctors can access it with their phones to be able to monitor you, they don't necessarily know what the encrypted code is. Just like
they don't.
It's like they don't be knowing what's in these pills and stuff that they give people.
That's true.
Pharmaceutical company, give them a little pamphlet, tell them, here, you prescribe this for this, that, or the other, and I'll kick you back this amount.
Exactly.
And that's all they need to hear from that point. They take their prescription pad and they just
start prescribing. And are they prescribing nanobots to the hilt? But yes, absolutely, very excellent point.
They don't cure, they just practice. So they're practicing what somebody told them to do.
So that is why you're supposed to have your shit programmed down to the atom level. That's what you're supposed to do. Because again, first they got to find you. Then they have to break your code. They have to hack you or break your encryption. That's how cold you're supposed to be.
Yep, you got your own cell phone too. You're supposed to be able to talk to your cells in your body to get them to do whatever you do.
Exactly. And they told you you could do that in the Alphabet Boys document, the gateway process. Didn't they tell you in the gateway process that you can talk to your cells on down to the cell level? Did they not tell you that in the gateway process?
You could talk to your cells to lose weight because they talk to each other, they say. Yeah.
So that's what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be programming yourself. All right. So we're going to read these last two and then that's it. The practical time machine took me a total of 8.5 years to design. 21 patent applications have been filed and 17 full books have been written. Condensing 6,000 unique pages into this patent application isn't very easy to do. I will try to describe the most fundamental and basic data structure of the various components related to the practical time machine. Baby, shout out to dude that constructed this or his team. I'm sure he had a team to put this together. Y'all did a hell of a job. This the way shit is supposed to be written. It's clear, it's understandable. You all did a good job. The present invention will be explained in terms of topics. Breaking various components into topics will make this patent application more organized. Okay, touche. You know how to write technical specs. Here are the topics listed in linear order. Okay, so that's where we're going to stop. Child, we finna to get back up into this next week. Let me take a picture. Let me see where we should be. Y'all know me. I just want to make sure that we're gonna pick up where we need to pick off next week. So with that said, son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
No last words. The same old, same old. Be creators. We do not consent. And I see y'all next week.
Okay. All right, and glad to have you back. I'll just add to that, make sure you encrypt, protect, hide. Encrypt, protect, hide. Okay. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Well, it's a lot of information, and like they say, they hide it in plain sight, which is in books. Now they put it in movies for those who don't read the books. So it's really up to us to find our way through this matrix, and it is a matrix that they made up. But it also tells me that the Chinese are whoever's running that system is a little bit more than human to come up with programs like this. So I was thinking about that when you were talking. I'm like, who gave them all this stuff?
Right.
Yeah. But anyway, I say goodnight to the family.
Okay, sis. All right. Thank you so much, sis. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, family, we the reason for the season. We the reason that everybody and everything is here. If you've yet to realize how truly special you are, it's time to go within and realize that you don't worship a motherfucker but yourself or your or your significant other, if they're worthy of being called that. We have to make better decisions all the way around the board. Your soul is on the line. Them booty calls don't mean shit right about now. Because them booty calls been condemning a lot of us. And we sit up and blame each other
Yep.
for our desires. We don't take the time to find out what's really important to the soul.
Yep.
You keep going outside and the soul is within. That's where all your answers at. We just trying to shed a little light on everything,
Right.
sharing the information and putting a common sense perspective on it. Not always diving down the rabbit hole. Some things are simply what it is. And intuitively, y'all know the truth. You just have to quit listening to all that bullshit
Exactly.
and let go of everything and everyone that's holding you back. There are no exceptions to that. If there are any exceptions to that, it's the children. If you can't love the children, ain't no place for you with us.
That's right.
The children matter to us. Even though we try and talk to you, some of you grown idiots,
Oh, child.
first and foremost, that's for the children, because some of y'all need to get right in the mind in order for these children to be looked out for.
That's right.
Too many of y'all see shit happening, know shit that's happening, and don't do a motherfucking thing.
Yep.
Don't even say nothing, let alone do anything. Quit being so fucking weak if you're gods and goddesses.
Indeed.
And this, that, or the other. Either way, I love y'all. Wholeness and power.
All right, family. So, thank you to my co-hosts. Thank you, Sis Sandra. Thank you, Brother Sean. Thank you, son Scotty. You all are truly appreciated. And thank you to Nisi Poo, T. Christopher for dropping in, putting something on it about that Hoover Dam that puts a different spin on things, and giving us the backdrop of the financial component to it. Whoo, child. Thank you to the chat. You are truly appreciated as well. So we're going to be back next week. I hope that you all are getting a lot out of this series. Because again, as I stated, this is graduate school. I'm talking about your soul. Make no mistake about it. So even when we go back to the history side, I'm still going to be putting that out there, linking even that information to this information, so you'll get it. Okay? But it doesn't matter how much of this information I put out. You're responsible for doing what you need to do for your soul. Whatever soul contracts you created, you're responsible for filling those, voiding those, whatever the fuck. But just note, if you brought souls into this realm, you are responsible for them. So them babies, you're responsible for those babies. And if you have not done what you need to do, just trust and believe you're going to be repeating another cycle. You have to repeat another cycle to get it correct. Okay? This is at your soul level. And it's based on, is your soul tired? Is your soul done with its journey? I can't answer that for you. You have to go in and do the necessary work. So we appreciate you all very much, family. We will be back next week. I think tomorrow I'm going to drop another podcast on giving you an update on this 3D financial world. They're moving everything pretty fast, and hopefully you all are still connecting the dots. So thank you all so much. Thank you to the YouTube chat. Thank you to the YouTube family that's watching us. We will be back next week. And peace and love, family.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to True Uncompromised.